morning to present to you. As Cameron said, my name is Brad Kearl. I'm the Business Development Manager with BitCan Engineering and Geosciences in Calgary. But I'm also working in a similar role for AdvEn Industries, which is what we're going to talk about today. And with that, we'll get going. So AdvEn is introducing a transformational material technology platform. Today we're going to be talking specifically about AdvEn's super activated carbon, and this aligns well with the Alberta government's bitumen beyond combustion vision. So just an introduction to the company itself. The company's been incorporated. It's based out of Edmonton, actually, through a development with U of A. Was incorporated in 2011. We're a clean tech company, and we develop and produce high performance carbon materials and their derivatives. Our mission is that our goal is we're creating a fundamental materials technology platform that is going to enable transition to and broad application of high performance materials via superior performance, lower costs, and environmental sustainability.
Right.
So our vision is really we're taking carbon rich residues and wastes, turning them into carbon rich products in carbon neutral ways.
Brad, can you full screen?
Oh, pardon me, sorry. Thank you. There we go. So some of our immediate goals. So our number one focus right now in the near term is the building of our first commercial facility in the Edmonton area, 300-year facility building, producing our ASAC, our super activated carbon. But our scope, our corporate scope was not limited to that. In the longer term, we also have a technology to develop our ESAC, which is an electrode super adhesive coating. And then longer term, we also want to produce a carbon fiber product and put that into the market. And our goal is to have all of these product lines be derived from bitumen feedstocks. So just for those that don't know quickly, so activated carbon, what is it? It's a porous material that when subjected to chemical reactions before, after, and or during carbonization, will have its material properties enhanced, increasing its adsorptive properties. So any organic material with a high carbon content can be used to produce activated carbon. A lot of industrial grade activated carbons are produced from anthracites, coconut and walnut shells, peat, wood. But AdvEn is unique in that we've developed a process where we can create the activated carbon from 100% hydrocarbon-based residues and products. Now, what makes activated carbon special is that it has a very, very large surface area per unit volume, and a whole network of subatomic pores where the adsorption takes place. Now, where this is particularly one of the applications where it's particularly advantageous is in the manufacturing of supercapacitors, as the surface area of the electrode material determines very much so the capacitance of the supercapacitor. In all commercial grade high performance supercapacitors are made of activated carbons, which accounts for about 80% of their weight and about 50% of their cost. So where's the market for supercapacitors? Where can they be used? Obviously they're used a lot right now with consumer electronics and power tools. There's a growing market for supporting the renewable energy sector in terms of using supercapacitors to regulate the power that those green projects generate. There's also a big push in transportation, but a bigger push right now actually in Europe is a lot of the electric buses and trains using supercapacitors for restorative power generation and things like this. And then what we're all maybe more familiar with is the whole EV burdening business. Elon Musk has said that the future for EVs is not in batteries, but in supercapacitors. So that's where we think there's a lot of potential growth for the business. Just talking about how the company has produced up the technology value chain over the years. We proved the concept of our production process in 2015. And through the subsequent years, we have a pilot plant operating successfully. Initially, we started running that pilot plant on blends of the more traditional carbon materials like coconut powders. But in the last few years, we've actually proved up that we can produce our activated carbon on 100% asphaltene basis and also on 100% LC finer bottoms, which is basically a refining residue. So what makes our ASAC advantageous? What are some of the properties? As I mentioned here, what I'm showing are 3 of AdvEn's product lines compared with some of the main high-end activated carbon producers. You can see that all of our surface areas are match or, in some cases very much exceed the current surface area of the other activated carbons in the market. As well, we can create a very dense activated carbon, which is advantageous when you're talking about power and cells. And you can see on these bottom 2 lines where we're talking about the capacitance properties, we exceed the best high performance AC competitor in all categories. Just quickly again, what that leads to is when you're actually talking about true electric capacitance performance, our ASAC-based supercaps will exceed the capacitance, the energy density, the power density, and we even believe the economic factors lead the current high performance ACs out there. Now, one of the big advantages we have, as I mentioned, is that we can use asphaltenes and refining residues as a feedstock. We think this is a big advantage for a company, as being in Alberta aligns well with having that local abundant feedstock. It aligns well with the government's and the industry's plans for more bitumen upgrading in the province. And when you look at the actual common feedstock, so coconut shells are the primary feedstock for the current high-end activated carbons and supercapacitors in the market. And if you look at from a density perspective, asphaltenes and hydrocarbons will have at least double the density of carbon. And when you look on the composition perspective, you can see that that's doubling. But what's also important, I'll talk about in a second, is that compared to coconut shells, the hydrocarbons, the asphaltenes and LC finer bottoms have almost very little or almost no oxygen. And that's important in the production process. We'll talk about that in a second. Now, from a sustainability perspective, what makes our process unique as well is our unique proprietary chemical blend. We use no strong acids or bases in our production process. We actually are able to activate the carbon at a lower processing temperature by about 200 degrees lower than the other one, so lower energy input. Our yields from our product being are higher using the asphaltene process compared to the coconut shells. But one of the things is that what I show on the bottom left here is you're seeing the GHG and gas production compared to the different feedstocks. The left being 100% coconut shells, where the right being 100% pure asphaltene. What you actually see is by going to pure asphaltene feedstock, we reduce our GHGs almost to nothing. And we actually produce a little bit of gas like methane and ethane that we can actually use for power generation in our facility and maybe even put it back into the grid. So from a sustainability perspective, it's quite remarkable. Now, I've talked a bit about today about ACs being used for supercapacitors. As we see, that's the largest growing market, but there's many other applications for this product. Lower industrial grade activated carbons have been used a lot for water filtration and air purification. And we can still compete in that market as well because of our higher adsorption properties. There's a large market for adsorptive natural gas storage, cosmetics. A lot of specialized medicine is coming down the pipe with being able to treat sepsis, blood poisoning, and chronic kidney disease. And there's also military applications. But as you see here on the table, when we're looking at, while there's a significant global market right now for ACs, the biggest growing one you'll see here is then that supercapacitor market, and that's why we've highlighted it. But we are, investigating and looking into all these different market paths. So ASAC really does represent transformational innovation in this traditional industry. Our material platform that we can create, we can actually use multiple waste streams and create high value products for multiple applications. And we believe that our process is entirely scalable across all the networks. We add value on multiple levels, from the feedstock level, being able to work with partners in Alberta and convert some of their wastes, enhancing value on that product by maybe up to 40 times. On the application level, as I discussed, we believe very strongly we have higher performance, we can be very cost competitive and create a lot of better adoption for these types of products in the future. And then from a sustainability level, we know we have an advantage there, and that we can lower our emissions to almost nothing and recycle our wastes and be almost carbon neutral, so to speak. So from a total business model, AdvEn, we want to be well situated between obviously our end users and customers. We were looking for partners from always, either from any other producers in the space, from agriculture and waste, industrial waste partners that could also be suppliers. And our goal is to really produce and set ourselves up for basis out of Edmonton in the Alberta and Canadian market. And then once we establish that, we think we can be very scalable to move our process and plants to other locales as needed. And we're looking to work with all sorts of distributors and partners all along the way. So that's my presentation for AdvEn in a very quick 10 minutes. I'm open to questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Brad. I'll let Cameron moderate the Q&A.
Yeah, so if there's any questions, feel free to, you can either post them in the chat and then we can read them out for you, or you can just chime in.
I'm going to just launch the poll as well, but people can ask questions as the poll runs. I'm just wondering, Brad, in terms of your intellectual property position, I'm not sure if you mentioned it already. What is your IP portfolio like? How is it protected?
So our IP is so the part of we have patents in Canada and the US. It's all our trade secrets are under patent protection currently. Our proprietary information on our chemical composition is extremely tightly held within the key technical people. I'm not even aware of it in detail myself. So it is very well protected. It is well both just on a trade secret basis and on a patent.
Great. And your team, who are you looking for to hire, or what kind of expertise do you need?
So we're at the what I would say the ground floor here on commercialization. As you saw from my technology roadmap, AdvEn's produced and proved up the process. But now that we're looking to build that commercial facility, we're looking for obviously capital, and then to grow the business. In the short term, it'll be setting up that operations staff, the marketing staff, really the corporate staff that's required, establishing all of our supply chain and logistics connections as well. So we're open to many discussions.
There are some questions in the chat space. Feel free to take a look there.
I can read them out loud, just in case they don't pop up in the video. Darren Bolding asks, have you explored the use of biochar?
So my understanding is that yes, that's a traditional feedstock for creating activated carbon, but Dr. Chen, who at the U of A, who is really one of the inventors and patent holders for this process, the advantage of us using the hydrocarbon residues and the ash-methane residues is the yield and the properties of the high-end properties that we can produce of that ASAC. If you remember from that table, our process could use anything. We will say that we're feedstock agnostic. So our production lines could use biochar or other, biological sourced carbon material. We just realized that it will not produce the high-end activated carbon that I discussed today. It would be more the traditional industrial grade. So, as I said, as we establish ourselves, we're totally aware that we may have different product lines. We may produce our high-end ASAC, but we also may want to have revenue streams, development streams for more traditional industrial grade ACs, in which biochar or other sort of organic wastes could be used for that.
Awesome. We do have two more questions. Scott, would you like to ask your question yourself?
No, sure. What kind of ag waste producers are you looking to partner with? Can you be more specific?
Well, nothing particular at the time in terms of specifics. I mean, right now it's what's readily available. As I said, some of the common feedstocks for other AC producers are things like walnut shells and shell waste, coconut shells. I know even in Europe they're using a lot of olive pits and things like this. So anything that's a high carbon precursor can be used for the manufacturing process. But our focus right now is aligned with the hydrocarbon based feedstocks right now.
Our next question is from Colin. Colin, would you like to take the floor?
Sure, thanks, Cameron. Brad, thanks for the presentation. Do you have, I know you're kind of early stage on some of this, but are you already starting to talk to your clients, and who would you identify as the ideal first 5 clients?
Right now, thanks for the question. We're looking very much, so in the supercapacitor space, we're talking to companies like Maxwell and Panasonic. There'd be our ideal producers. For those that don't know, Maxwell was last year, is one of the major supercapacitor manufacturers in the world, and last year they were acquired by Tesla. So we're really trying to penetrate into that group. There's multiple other major ultracapacitor companies that we're looking at. We're also in discussion right now with a few ultra pure water users. There's actually a use in the cannabis market for their process for purification. And we're actually have also some discussions with some high-end medical applications for the adsorption properties of the activated carbon, like Baxter is one that we're starting to discuss with.
Our next question is from Sharon. Sharon, can I give you the floor?
Brad, for a solid technical presentation. Question is very similar to Colin's again. Have you got any testimonials from potential industry leaders again, and or your potential clients with respect to these applications? Testimonials is what I'm thinking about.
Yes. So in the, if you remember from that technology development time frame, we first proved up our high-end ASAC production at the pilot facility in about 2017, 2018, and we actually sent a lot of product out to multiple client sources for their own independent testing. We do have some letters from that time frame, reiterating the positive benefits of the properties of our ASAC. We're actually conducting another campaign right now as we're currently trying to ramp up the pilot production. We're debottlenecked and we're trying to increase the output there by about 5 times. And we're actually currently trying to send out new sample packs to clients to just what you're saying, update our end user validation. And so we're doing that again. We have, like I said, we have a handful from 2016 through 2018, but we're looking to update that now because one thing that's changed, as I mentioned, is we now can produce an even better ASAC or activated carbon from pure hydrocarbon-based residues, which we want to reprove up and make sure that the market is still happy with that.
I also did not see any reference to size of investment or use of funds. Or did I miss that?
I didn't, it was not included. There's no financials or dollars discussed in here. So to build our commercial goal of that 300 ton a year facility, our total investment required, we estimate, is around $6 million.
Sorry, what's that?
$6 million.
Great.
To build that facility. Now we're looking for all sorts of funding sources, like I'm sure everyone is. So we're open to all interest in terms of investments and partners. So, and we're also pursuing multiple, government grants streams as well.
Thank you.
Awesome. If there's any further questions for Brad, we have included his in his email contact down in the chat box, so feel free to reach out to him there. Thanks a lot, Brad, for presenting. We really appreciate you coming and pitching your business.
Thanks very much for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
That's our pleasure. Our next presenter is going to be Aman from Nabati Foods Incorporated. So we'll just switch up to our next presenter there.
I'm going to just call Ahmad. He's on, but I can't see. Oh, good. He's sharing his screen. And I haven't heard his voice, but I don't have his, I'm hoping he has audio. I don't have the ability to mute him. So I'm just going to give him a quick call.
Sure, sounds good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
perfect.
can.
Hello?
Hello.
We can hear you now.
Hear us?
Sorry, I was just I was on mute and I unmuted myself here through the PC. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We'll give you the floor. Do you want to go full screen?
Yes, definitely.
Perfect.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for everyone for this opportunity. I'd like to present our company and what we do. So my name is Ahmad. I'm the founder and currently of Nabati Foods. I started this company with my partner and my dad, and I run it. We're based here in Edmonton, Alberta, and we operate Nabati Foods as a plant-based company. We started this company as a passion for clean, whole food, plant-based foods. And we wanted to inspire those that value their health to indulge in real, clean, plant-based foods for a nourished and sustainable and compassionate life as well. So what we're seeing in the market right now is consumers are demanding healthier, whole, natural plant-based foods to replace legacy foods that they've been consuming. And there's a strong consumer drive for plant-based foods. And we see that in the retail segment as well. And food service is lagging, but it's growing pretty quick. Plant-based foods last year, the entire market in the States was 4.5 billion. In Canada, it's about 3-point-something billion, but it is growing very quickly. What's leading it is really dairy alternatives and meat, followed by all the other categories. So what we're offering is consumers is whole natural plant-based products in different segments, different categories. So we started out our first product line, which is dairy-free cheesecakes made with fruits and nuts. And right now, this year we've been distributing nationally as well our Nabati cheese, cheese alternative that really rivals dairy itself. We basically bridge the gap between dairy and the alternatives to dairy with cheese with our product. And basically that's how they look when cooked, as well as in meals and for our cakes. We're also developing, we're partnered with Nate to develop scrambled eggs or liquid egg. And right now we're accelerating the development of meat alternatives. And most of the development we do in-house. The egg alternative was the one thing we're partnered with Nate on. And that's something that we're looking to bring in-house after the meat alternatives. There's quite a bit of work that needs to be done, and it's very interesting. It's not just a formulation, but there's process development. So each product line we have, formulation is just a small aspect of actually developing the product, but really it's process. How do we make the product in a very efficient manner in a small production space? So we operate out of a 1,700 square foot space, and production is basically 400 square foot. And that gives us a very strong advantage when competing on the market. We have a proven business model that companies use. So we nationally distribute our products here in Canada with Tree of Life, a division of KIHI, which is a distributor in the States that we just got listed with in March. And we sell with them to grocery stores, and we work with them as well to do business with Cisco and GFS, where they operate as a redistributor. In the States, we are working on listings, and we have our US subsidiary to actually import our products into the States. And because of COVID-19, we've actually introduced another channel. So we do e-commerce here in Canada, and we're setting up fulfillment warehouses in the States to reach our customers, because we've been basically shipping almost every week a few orders to the States. We're working really hard right now on is marketing, and that doesn't just involve social media ad campaigns to target consumers or partnerships with stores, but really being at trade shows to present our products to buyers in Canada and the States. So our talent partners, here in Canada, we're listed with Save-On Foods, our largest chain that we're working with. We're with Whole Foods, Sobeys, and Safeway in Alberta. Most of our customers are really located in Western Canada, and we're still working on Eastern Canada right now, while also trying to do business on the West Coast of the US. So that just gives you an idea here for the channel partners and the velocity for the products. So each store usually goes through 3 cases per store. Here with the cheese, we started keeping track of that in Q1 2020. And this is an average across all stores. Our cheese product alternative is really in independence. We're still working on listings with several major brands, but some of them are on hold because of COVID-19. And I've added our margins there. And here how do we compare to other plant-based companies? We don't see ourselves as a dessert or a cheese alternative or dairy alternative company, but really as a plant-based food company where we have a plan to introduce the next categories, product categories, so egg and then meat alternatives. And from there, we want to have not only a product that we sell at retail stores, but really as an ingredient to other food processors and food service. This is just a quick chart to show how we compete and rival the competition for our cakes. Our products are really allergen friendly. They're certified gluten-free, kosher, vegan, and we use sustainable packaging, commercially compostable plastic to house them. It's a premium product. When it comes to our cheese, we developed the lowest priced per gram cheese alternative on the market. What we offer to the consumer, a package for 320 grams at $5.99 versus the competition, and that's really driving demand at independence across Canada. And quite consumers in the States order our cheese alternative all the way from Canada here. My team, so it's myself, my partner, and my dad that really advise us and invested in us in the beginning. And we have a growth strategy where right now we're in phase 2. We would like to raise capital to invest in sales and marketing, as well as prepare a larger facility to move in to be able to fulfill demand. What we're seeking to raise is $250,000 in capital, and we plan to invest half of that into operations, which not only includes operational expenses, but really inventory. We are favoring purchasing bulk ingredients and raw materials and importing ourselves. That way we get the best price on the market compared to purchasing locally from importers or wholesalers. Continue investing in product development and production capacity and expansion, while also investing 40% in sales and marketing to drive store listings, listings with food service, and targeting industrial customers. So using our products as ingredients. So that's for the cheese alternative and the meat and egg alternatives. Well, 10% we want to invest in the US. So just to recap, Nabati Foods, we're a plant-based company offering natural plant-based foods for health-conscious individuals. We're in over 300 grocery stores in Canada, and we're working on several listings in the US that we hope to secure soon. 2019, we had over 300K in revenue just from dairy-free cheesecakes. In Q1 2020, we surpassed 120K, and then COVID-19 happened. So we've seen a drastic drop in sales, but we are picking up quickly again as an essential service, basically, or food producer. People do need to eat, but where we really see the growth is in meat alternative, and that's where we're accelerating that development of that product line to bring to market as soon as possible. So thank you.
Awesome. So if you have any questions, feel free to either write them in the chat box or just post "I have a question," and we will go in the order in which they're asked, and also take this opportunity to fill out the brief questionnaire for questions. Thanks a lot for presenting.
Thank you.
Just wondering how difficult it is to hire the people on sales and marketing right now. Is that going to be a challenge, or do you have people that you have in mind?
So right now we, because we're self-funded and we're small, we do most of it ourselves while working with our distributor. They have their sales teams. We work with them to present to and seek out opportunities. Hiring sales really if we were to hire that, and we do want to, we want experienced people. It does take a bit of time to find the right people to bring on board to drive growth. And I don't think it would be very difficult. It's just finding the right people just takes time.
Okay, so we have questions pouring in now. Angela, would you like to read your question out yourself, or should I read it for you?
I'm just going to try and unmute Angela. I just got to find her. Oh, she's ready. Angela, go ahead.
I was just wondering what your IP position is, and if you looked at filing trademarks on your brand name and logo.
We have a trademark. We already own the trademark for our brand here in Canada, and we are in process in the States. And
awesome.
Yeah.
Colin has a question as well.
So I see the question is regarding what does the investment look like and how much. So what we're looking for is we're open to whether it's equity or convertible bonds, or where really this is going to be the very first time we raise investment outside of just putting our own money in. So we're very flexible. We're looking to start a round of 250 first, 250,000. And what we're looking for is ideally, the ideal investor is somebody that has experience in this industry. We're also open to passive and active investors. So, and if that investor can be there for successive capital rounds, we're open to that too. So we like to be flexible anyway in the way we do business and operate. So that's the same mentality we'll take when it comes to investing.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
And then there's a following question, seems related, from Scott there, if you want to tackle that. I'm just going to read the questions out loud so that when it gets posted, we have a recording of what the question was. So the question from Scott was, what type of investor are you looking for, passive or active, and someone who has capacity to fund successive rounds of capital raising?
So the type of investor we're looking for is an investor with understanding of the food industry and has experience investing in other food processors. That's the ideal investor. To us, it doesn't really matter if it's passive, if the investor is passive or active. Ideally, in our opinion, more advisory, and having the ability to be there for successive rounds is great.
Perfect. It looks like somebody, Corey Keith, is also looking to reach out to you. Corey, I recommend just sending maybe your contact information or sending him an email based off his business summary. I presume that you have your contact information in there, and then you two can certainly connect after the event. Quite frankly, we encourage it. So that's perfect. Any final questions?
I just want to thank people for filling out the poll. That's very helpful. Anyone else is welcome to fill it out. And we have our next presenter, Jeremy, ready to roll.
I have a very quick question, actually. So you said, are you looking for distributors out more in Eastern Ontario, or Eastern Canada, sorry?
No, we're working on listings in retail chains in Eastern Canada. Really, what we're left is we've been in process listing with Metro Ontario for the last 5 or 6 months. We keep nudging them to move forward, but they're known to be a bit slow. We are actually presenting to Walmart, so we're hoping that goes well for both our product lines. And what's left is Sobeys and Loblaws. Sobeys has been holding off any product presentations for about a year now. So we're waiting. Once they're ready to accept presentations, we'll be right away going in. Loblaws, we're approaching them with our cheese, but with COVID-19, they've put product presentations temporarily on hold.
Perfect. Thank you for answering that question, Ahmed. And we appreciate you taking this opportunity to present your business here. So if there's any other further questions or comments for him, please reach out to him directly through his email. And then we're going to jump into our next presenter, which is Jeremy, the CTO from Symbiotic EnviroTek Incorporated. Jeremy, we have you here, I can see. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Well, good morning. And yeah, thanks for holding this event and taking the time to be here today, everyone. My name is Jeremy Sluyters. I'm the president and CTO of Symbiotic EnviroTek, and I'm an algae farmer. Early on, the company's founder recognized that the challenges and the benefits of large-scale algae production. He recognized that the focus of using algae as a fossil fuel replacement could only be realized if we could produce absolutely massive quantities of algae biomass. But the industry also knew the benefits of algae as a food source. So the company was incorporated in 2008 by its founder, Arthur Dean, and has done an immense amount of research and development getting to where it is today. We're still privately held, pre-revenue, and headquartered in Calgary, Alberta. So 2.4 billion years ago, algae was actually the catalyst that brought life to Earth. And so I wanted to talk to you today about creating sustainability through those building blocks of life. Symbiotic manufactures and operates a patented algae cultivation system. So we call that ACS. used to produce a high protein algae biomass for the food and nutraceutical industry. There we go. So as everyone knows, and I'm sure one of the reasons Discovery Labs is holding an Ag and Environment meeting, there are growing concerns about global food security. And the reality is that if our population keeps growing, we'll need to feed almost 10 billion people by 2050. Current farming practices are already stressed, and alternatives are needed for food production in the 21st century. There's also a critical need for innovative new approaches to producing nutritious foods and alternative proteins. If you look at the Canada Food Guide for last year, they recommend that 2/3 of your daily protein comes from non-animal sources. So what if there was a sustainable, natural, and nutritious source of protein that could be grown at scale across the globe? So something just like algae. So the patented symbiotic ACS process grows Corella vulgaris algae quickly, harvested every 4 days at a density of 5 grams per liter dry weight. We're going to come back to that number in a couple slides. So in that pic, Art is holding a beaker of algae that's at that density, and if you know anything about phototropic algae production, that's a very dense green crop. The algae contains, Corella vulgaris contains about 60% protein. That's 4.5 times more than soy, which is a protein everyone typically talks about. Our process grows algae in a tightly controlled environment without seasonal or temperature limitations, so we can grow it anywhere. The crop does not crash, it's not exposed to environmental contaminants, and our environment is optimized to maintain the growth of algae in its exponential growth phase in order to maximize the yield. From a water perspective, it's recovered during harvest and recycled. We don't lose any water due to evaporation, which is a huge problem in open pond farms. From a land use perspective, our yield is estimated at about 750 tons per hectare, which is about 200 times the yield of soybeans. While it grows, it consumes 1.8 times its weight in CO2 and produces oxygen. So I'm sure there's a benefit there as well. Our business model, we're aiming for a combination of retail and wholesale sales to get revenue basically started. And our estimated cost is going to drop once we get to full commercial scale reactors. We have 2 reactors in production right now that are 2,000 liters, and our commercial scale is 106,000 liters, which is already done testing years ago. So when we talk about sustainability, we talk about using less water, less energy, restricting carbon emissions, and using much less land. So the chart on the left side, that illustrates the average yield per hectare of both traditional crops and other algae farming methods. And then growing a protein source that is very high in protein and amino acids. So in the center is our spray dried and milled product, certified by LabSmart right here in Alberta. The chart on the right compares common food protein sources with algae. So spirulina and Corella vulgaris are both aquatic microalgae that have incredible nutrient properties that need to be able to be produced in large scale to meet the demand today and in the future. So how's it growing today? On the left, you see pictures of open pond farming, which is a traditional method of growing algae. So imagine hundreds of hectares of ponds. Imagine these ponds getting wiped out by a weather event or virus or infestation. Capital and operating costs are lower, but you're exposed to the environment, affecting quality and variability. You have a huge land footprint, and you lose up to 10% of your water a day due to evaporation. Now, if you remember the 5 grams per liter number, yields in these ponds is about 0.2 grams per liter. And of course, you're only building these ponds near the equator where you have consistent sun. So in the center pictures, you have glass or plastic tube reactors. They're being increasingly used as now your growth environment is more contained, but your capital cost is still fairly high. And you're only getting maybe up to 0.5 grams per liter of yield. They're very hard to clean, high cost to scale, and land use is still high. You'll notice these are in greenhouses as well. So on the right-hand side is under the lid of the Symbiotic pilot photobioreactor. So we get high yields. It's a controlled growth environment, small land footprint, with a similar op and capital cost to the glass tube reactor system. There's also other companies developing specialized technology for algae growth, but we believe our combination of expertise, design, proven concept, and research over 12 years really puts us in our own class. So the founding team, you've already met Art in the previous picture, and myself. Art's got 12 years of experience growing algae, and I've caught him singing to the algae on many occasions, so I refer to him as the algae whisperer. I've known Art for the past 7 years, and finally quit my job last fall to help him commercialize the company. Dr. Neil was the lead NRC scientist back in the day, and he's been supporting the science of the process for the last 7 years. He's chosen to pursue a relationship with Symbiotic after reviewing and approving all the funding applications that he was consulted for with the NRC. Lance has recently joined the team as a CFO. He's helping build out all the numbers. And Mary has been consulting with the team for the last 5 years as well to ensure that we're able to produce a quality food product when we bring it to market. Currently, we're also adding marketing and business development to the team to be able to get our product out to the market, as well as support partners that are doing very creative things with algae protein. So a bit about the market info. This is one study done last year, which established the chlorella protein powder market at almost $500 million. It's expected to top $1 billion in the next four years, which is a huge market opportunity for Symbiotic and its investors. In fact, our current plan only represents 0.5% of this potential market, and we've got the ability and the technology to expand well beyond that. So to get there, funding to date's been provided by Symbiotic fund holders and shareholders with matching contributions from government funding programs. The current funding ask of $1 million is to set up production capabilities in our new facility and sort of generate revenue from both wholesale and retail clients. The goal after phase one is to have positive EBITDA as well as secured offtake agreements so that we can move into phase two and raise funds to construct a full 124 tons per year commercial production facility. So we've got opportunities already identified from the government for financing for up to 60% of that value. And we're obviously open to options to finance the remainder. So thanks very much. That's the end of my presentation. And I'll ask who wants to grow algae with us and be part of this sustainable protein solution.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. That was a great talk.
Thank you.
In terms of your intellectual property position, did you go through how secure it is?
The process is patented in both Canada and the US.
And what's your competition like?
Competition, like I said, the majority of the farms in China, India, Asia, even in the southern states are all open pond. So anybody doing scale commercial production right now is only running at that very small density. And so we're able to grow many times over in that fact. So ultimately our cost to produce will become equivalent with open pond technology. Right now, looking at the market and reaching out to anyone that's distributing chlorella in Western Canada, as well as a few in the States, we're definitely we meet their price point that they want to see. I guess feedback from some of those clients as well is that the market is about 10% being serviced right now. So there's lots of potential there.
If we go to the chat for some questions, Corey, would you like to unmute yourself to ask your question?
He's unmuted.
Sure, I think I am unmuted. Thank you. Great presentation, Jeremy. I just wanted to circle back to the market. You talked about the size of the market and only needing to attract 0.05% or 0.5% to have large sales, but have you got any specific indications from potential customers of market interest? I know you can't likely have purchase orders, but just how do you validate the market other than its size?
Yeah, no, we have been in talks with most of the distributors in Western Canada, as well as some pharmaceutical companies here in Alberta. So they're interested in the product. The one letter of intent that we do have talked about the average yearly volume of 10,000 kilograms of Cruella vulgaris powder. So in our phase one, basically 7.5 tons is what we're aiming for with a 2K and a 26K reactor to basically align up with some of those demands we're hearing from our potential partners.
And just a second question, you mentioned 60% financing or investment from the federal government. Was that on phase two? Is that 6 million?
Yeah.
And is that assured, like, or is that you've had discussions and they'd be interested in talking about it?
Yeah, no, we have a letter of offer from AFSC.
AFSC, okay, good. I would certainly put that on the slide. I don't think that's a really big inducement for a potential investor that you've got that lined up already, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Corey. Our next question comes from, I believe it's pronounced Luisa?
Yep, correct.
Luisa, go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, I find this very fascinating, and I'm very curious about green technologies. So I was wondering if you made an estimate of your environmental impact as compared to, crop harvesting or similar solutions.
Mm-hmm. I mean, because our technology uses such a small land footprint, I'd love to do the analysis of a 200-hectare soy crop and the energy and the CO2 emissions required to plant and harvest that relative to the yield. I've not done that yet. I'd love to try and do that. But overall, without getting into too many specifics, I mean, algae consume CO2 as they grow. So the idea of generating our own power and capturing the CO2 and feeding the CO2 back into the reactor for the algae, the overall environmental impact is pretty negligible.
Jeremy, I'm just wondering about risks like contamination, power cuts. How do you stack up against your competitors?
And one of the reasons, I guess, yeah. So the first question with the contaminants, we're completely closed system. So basically, we've run our reactor for years. We've never had the system crash due to contaminants. And we get consistent quality. So those are two very big parts of our value proposition. And then the second question, Michael, sorry, was?
Well, just other risks like power cuts or how stable is the operation in terms of dealing with the variability in power or whatever else is, or supply chains for reactants.
Yeah. So all of our nutrient sources are off the shelf, readily available to us, which is a cost to our operations. Now, we do have a pretty substantial list of food byproducts that we can also use, which would be less costly. From a power perspective, when you're dealing with 100,000 liters of water, and this has happened to us in Strathmore with our pilot plant. If you lose power for a day, I mean the water temperature doesn't change very much. It will slow down the algae growth because essentially we lose our reactor lighting environment. One of the reasons we do want to go full CHP and support our own is so that we can be dependent on our own power.
I have a quick question as well. I guess who are you primarily selling to, in the sense, is it direct to consumer, or is it how is this algae typically going to be consumed?
Okay, so there are, like I mentioned in the presentation, there are so many people doing so many creative things with algae. You know, the easiest way to consume it is straight as the powder. So you're buying, so the retail market for powder is, you know, is very attractive. The value proposition is between $200 and $600 a kilogram. So that's very attractive. But we recognize that, I mean, that's just one aspect of it. Also going into companies like AOR and Geopharma that are building nutritional supplements, they would be a wholesale customer to us, paying wholesale prices, but then they take that as part of their formulation. And then you go down to the extreme of people extracting taurine or other amino acids from the algae protein itself and putting that into their products. So there's a big market and a lot of different uses for algae right now.
So could you just remind me, what's the cost per kilogram if you were to sell, I guess, to the consumer?
Consumer retail cost, if you look it up, Chlorella powder on Amazon is anywhere between $200 and $600 per kilogram. Wholesale costs that I've been quoted is between $35 to $50 Canadian a kilogram.
Okay.
Could I just ask, how much engineering is there of algae to produce biopharmaceuticals or something like, let's say, a vaccine or something? Plants are increasingly used for vaccine production. Are there other markets, other applications that you're looking at?
Interestingly, I'm having a LinkedIn discussion with someone at Western about COVID-19 vaccine test kits with respect to using the algae protein to identify the protein spike with algae. I've talked to other people that want to extract the protein to use it in cosmetics. There's no end of what people are doing with this protein, and I haven't even touched on the oils.
Sure. What's the IP protection like, or how much freedom to operate is there in those additional spaces?
Well, our patent and our process and our company revolves around growing algae. I mean, that's the need we see in the market right now. People have this great idea and want to do this, but they can't source a big quantity of algae. Our reactors can scale up to produce any quality any quantity they need.
Okay, so you also have R&D reactors to try out these new markets. If you want to optimize a product for whatever new application, you have the capacity to collaborate and then potentially scale up the markets there.
Yeah, so part of the phase one ask is to bring our pilot reactors into our facility, as well as build a 26,000 liter reactor for commercial production. But our lab right now is set up to do trials and testing on different nutrient combinations, different end products, different end uses. Obviously, the nutrients that you put into the algae growth process affect the algae that you get out at the back end. So we're doing lots of testing on that with different nutrients, different food byproducts, all sorts of different things.
So you also need to scale the back end processes for purification?
Yeah, so part of the phase one process is for the harvesting as well. Right now we bring it up to Leduc to spray dry it. We'd like to buy our own spray dryer and be able to process within our own facility.
Okay, do you need to keep product cold?
Once it's spray dried, it has a shelf life of 2 years.
Right.
So basically the goal is to take it from harvest to spray drying as quickly as possible, because yeah, I mean, if you let it sit for a week, it'll start to ferment.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Jeremy. For the interest of time, we're going to move forward to our next presenter, Neil, but thanks for taking your time to present. If there's any further questions or comments you have for Jeremy, or you just want to go into a little bit more detail, his contact information is in the slide deck there. So you will be able to get a hold of him, and feel free to reach out to him to learn more and get your specific questions answered. So thank you very much, Jeremy, for presenting today.
Thank you very much.
Our next presenter is Neil. He's the founder of Sawback Technologies Incorporated, and I believe we've got him here on video already. So Neil, can we hear you?
Yep, I believe so.
Perfect. So I will give you the floor, and then following Neil, we will have a brief break where Darrell will talk about some of the ERIN coaching committee program that's being worked on. I actually have a very brief comment to make after that, and that'll give people a minute to stand up and stretch your legs. So with that, I'm going to give Neil the floor.
Awesome. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to everyone today. Really do appreciate it. So today I'd like to talk about what Sawback Technologies has been working on in the past year, which is specifically a subsurface data collection and analysis solution. And how that came about is after spending 23 years in the oil and gas sector, working as an engineering technologist that specialized in construction and design, we noticed that there was a large gap in using new technology to help construction safer. And what had happened is initially I went into drones to see what kind of services we could provide there in terms of mapping out job sites, whatnot. And one of the more frequent requests we got from our clients was how can we use drones to find objects underneath the ground? So after exploring that a little bit, we discovered that there was actually no technology that was drone applicable, or for that matter, any lightweight sensor that could be mounted on a platform. So what we began doing is, after doing a little bit of research and ending up fleshing out the idea a little bit further, we discovered that our clients really wanted to avoid digging up pipelines or doing utility strikes, or essentially getting into hazardous operations when it comes to excavations. So after a brief conversation, actually it was not a brief conversation, after an extended conversation with an energy company, they ended up giving us a conditional purchase order to go and actually develop the technology that we ended up settling on, which is a ground penetrating radar, and innovating it so it could be light enough to be carried by essentially any platform that could lift 5 kilograms. The primary reason was obviously to focus on the safety as well as to reduce the data collection costs. And what we ended up resulting in was we do have our own proprietary hardware and software solution to do that. So as I discussed earlier, the biggest problem, or actually one of the highlighted issues was in terms of excavation risks. But then we began discovering that there's other components to this. Primarily from an environmental standpoint, people or companies were interested in minimizing their footprint by using obviously drones as the preferred technology. And what they were looking for is to, again, do the mapping, do it over large or complex areas that they weren't able to do before. We also discovered that there was a fair amount of complex buried infrastructure, specifically within Alberta. If anyone's ever taken a look at the map of pipelines within Alberta, they'll realize that you can't go very far anywhere in the province without tripping over a pipeline. The problem is those maps are actually out of date, and this is why the companies, in order to meet regulatory requirements, need to actually go out and do pre-sweeps prior to digging up anything, and this is what our technology enables. So with our solution, we discovered that there's 3 primary markets that we could that we are addressing immediately. One is actually excavator safety and control. We were contacted by an equipment manufacturer who caught wind of what we were doing, and they wanted us to look into installing our sensor onto their excavation equipment. We actually held those tests about 3 weeks ago, and we were actually quite surprised at what the results were, and we were able to detect a 3/4 of an inch cable that was buried 3 feet below the ground. So when we fed that back to the manufacturer, they immediately got back to us and said we need permission to show these results within our technical development group. So that meant we were definitely onto something. With our initial PO that we received from the energy company, that's where the asset location came into play. We discovered that there's a relatively substantial market size we could immediately address just within Alberta alone, and by extension everywhere else. It was also validated when we went down to the Houston Energy and Drone Show last June, and we ended up talking to 30 interested clients that essentially want to know when our technology would be ready for market. The other market development that we had carried out was in terms of utilities crossing detection. So again, because of the regulatory regime that's in place across North America, there always has to be a pre-sweep of what is happening underneath the ground prior to doing any excavation. So we do believe there's a substantial market there. So all in all, the total addressable market that just in these three that we've identified, it's just over $6.267 billion. Other additional markets that we know will benefit from our technology, obviously one is with military explosive detection, even though it looks really, really exciting. That's something that we'll eventually work on primarily because the sales cycle is relatively late. It takes roughly a year or two to get anywhere with military. But in terms of the immediate impact, we recognize, and it was also validated by a number of inspection companies, that infrastructure inspections, specifically of roads and bridges, will benefit from our technology, primarily because using our technology, they can actually essentially acts as a force multiplier. You can get 10 times as much done in roughly the same amount of time that the conventional way would do it. From the agriculture and environmental perspective, a lot of it comes into pre and post remediation validation. In terms of the environmental. So in the event that there's a liquid spill underneath the soil, we can actually detect that. We can detect how big the plume is prior to it hitting the surface. So that helps in terms of remediation because we can actually go in with our technology afterwards and validate that yes, everything's been stripped out in terms of contaminated soil. And we can also validate that things have been put back the way they should have been in the first place. From the agriculture perspective, we've seen promising results in measuring root growth as well as validating water stagnation as well and soil salinity. Again, that's not as useful for smaller producers, essentially anyone under 500 acres. If there's producers that have fields that are crop sizes that are well over 1,000 acres, that's where our technology is quite beneficial. So the current solution or the current status quo is essentially the lawnmower that you see on the left-hand side. That piece of technology, even though it's extremely efficient, it weighs roughly 25 kilograms. And as we've identified, essentially you do have to push it around. So you are relatively limited into the area that you can do a sweep on in a first day, on a daily basis. The other factor that does impact the efficiency is the obviously the terrain. So you can't go into really messy terrain. So if you're doing a pipeline right-of-way inspection, this is not going to be your first choice that you want to go to. Whereas our solution on the right-hand side, we do specialize obviously in the large and complex areas, primarily because we are just simply more cost efficient. The biggest thing that our clients said to give us feedback on is they want an automated solution. They don't want to see essentially squiggles. They don't want to see anything that's very hard to decipher. They want they essentially want reports that are very clean and easy to read. So imagine Google Maps and just having the pipeline automatically drawn in, or any of the other objects that was of interest. This is what our solution will provide. From the business model perspective, there's actually two revenue streams that we're looking at. The first one is the proprietary sensor hardware. So there's various clients, depending on this sector that they're in, have expressed interest in doing outright sales of the hardware to themselves so they can do their own data collection. And other clients have expressed interest in the leasing model or the hardware as a service, which allows us to recognize recurring revenue over a 2-year period when it comes to the HAS. The biggest thing is the customer uses the sensor. We will not be providing services. We simply focus on the solution itself, and we let our clients do the data collection. Once they've collected all that data then gets uploaded to the cloud, where we have an operational software as a service platform, which automatically does the analytics and the reporting that the client wants. So after essentially a few hours, the report is then sent back to the client and away they go. why this is so critical is currently reports take upwards of 1 to 2 weeks to get done, which is not terribly useful for a number of our clients that are looking for extremely quick turnaround when it comes to the reporting. So from a competition standpoint, in terms of the hardware itself, there are 3 primary companies that are in the same space. I've done the cross-reference for everyone just to identify where it's at. Again, Sawback's major competitive advantage is the cost-effective large area coverage. The real-time AI analytics is of a huge importance, primarily because no one else is doing it at this point. There's been a lot of chatter about it, but what we've found with our competition is they're extremely slow to move into new things. Whereas the customers that we've talked to, and right now we have roughly 31 customers within our sales pipeline, they've all expressed the exact same thing. They want the analytics done for them. They don't want to have to send it out to a third party to get this interpreted. And the other portion is the integration of the visual data layer. So that's essentially being able to suck this data into something akin to Google Maps or any other digital twinning software. You'll notice that the data collection depth for our sensor is down to 3 meters. That is actually intentional. When we had to essentially reimagine and essentially develop our own sensor from scratch, there was some takeaways, or sorry, some things that we had to compromise on, and one of them was actually data depth. After we talked to our clients were very clear in saying down to 3 meters is more than sufficient. As long as our sensor can read anything below the frost line, that was well within their area of interest. They did not necessarily care what was happening down past the 3 meter mark. So as I mentioned a couple times, we do have an oil and gas company that did give us a conditional purchase order, which is obviously qualified as a pilot project. And what they would, the intent was to do the data collection for comparison against other surveying data. So I had mentioned the previous, and a couple of slides previously, what the status quo technology was. They just want to ensure that our technology suits their needs. So thankfully they're paying us for that. We've also focused on a surveying company, which has also given us a conditional PO, and they're super excited primarily because this allows them to have another tool in their toolbox when they go out and start searching for utilities to put into their data models. I did talk about our sales funnel. So as you can see, we've actually have a pretty broad reach. We've identified 5 clients within Canada as well as the US in terms of oil and gas companies. Surveying and engineering, obviously there's a fair amount of interest there. Construction, specifically anyone who's in the excavation space. So if that means sales pipelines, when it comes to digging up holes for those, anyone who's into the essentially earth moving business, they're very, very interested in utilizing our technology. And surprisingly enough, considering where we came from, our former competitors in the drone space have expressed a fair amount of interest in being able to utilize our sensor as well as our software solutions so that they can go out and meet their needs for their clients, essentially acting as a sales funnel for us. So from the roadmap perspective, we started our software as a service software beta back in March. I'm happy to announce that we, with the timely addition of some government funds, we're able to actually get our sensor hardware done by the end of this month. And once that hardware is done, we actually will start our pilot projects. So we're very excited to continue on validating our concept. Those pilot projects will conclude in the summer. And once we begin realizing some early market traction, we're going to start on our analytics development, specifically utilizing machine learning to start speeding up the analysis of this data. So right now we will have to do it manually, but from the reporting aspect, that is completely done. It's more the analytics, which is more long-term for us. We will be able to start the analytics beta with our clients in November, and we will be able to take advantage of the seasonality where things start to slow down to have our clients work with us on the data and flesh out the reporting or the analytics reporting on that. From a leadership perspective, so obviously it's myself. I've got 23 years of experience in the construction sector. My sensor engineer, Dr. Waldemar Kunitz, he's been around for 25 years in terms of RF engineering. He's done amazing things with our sensor, and he's allowed us to lock that down in terms of IP protectability. We've also got Sean Kelly on board, who's our sales advisor, and he is the former president of GE Canada Oil and Gas. He's got well over 20 years of sales experience, and he's been instrumental in connecting us with his network and getting us our early traction. So in our summary page, I did mention that we were doing our financial raise. So I'm currently raising $550,000 on a convertible note with a 20% discount, with the use of funds going towards the manufacturing of the sensor itself, as well as some marketing. But the biggest thing is obviously to hire 3 engineers to start fleshing out our package. So if there's any other questions, I please encourage you to reach out and chat with me. I've given you all the contact information, and I look forward to connecting. Thanks.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, Neil.
We'll open up the questions. It seems we have one from Corey. Corey, would you like to take the floor to ask your question?
Sure. Great presentation, Neil. I was just wondering if, have you looked, you talk about you're not going to provide the service, but have you looked at having a kind of, I use the term franchisee model where, for example, in the ag industry, there's a lot of service providers that come in and provide specific service to the agriculture industry. You could find people that understand that industry, they would buy your technology and be the service provider, thereby becoming both a customer of yours and a kind of sales marketing force to those people that don't want to do the work themselves.
Yes, so that's why we settled on the, hang on, I'll just flash back up here. On our business model in terms of the sensor hardware, we are working with, and I see there's another follow-up question, but we are working with specialists who want to carry out these services and will buy our sensor outright, as well as funneling our software solution back towards us. So that way we always recognize that revenue. So I understand your franchising aspect, and we're dealing with it through the hardware sales and allowing our, essentially our customers serve as a channel distributor.
Okay, thanks.
Not a problem.
We'll go to the follow-up question by Scott. Scott, you can have the floor.
Yeah, I was wondering if you had connected with any precision agricultural companies. I can think of a couple in particular who have technology that would be a good complement to yours.
I'm always looking for connections, and I appreciate you helping me out on that. We have started some preliminary discussions with UFA. That'll take some time to conclude, but if you have any other suggestions, I would dearly love to have those introductions made, please.
Okay, I'll connect with you by email.
Great, thank you.
Angela, you have the floor for your question.
I was just wondering about your IP strategy and if you filed for patent protection on the sensor hardware or looked at any sort of protection for the software component as well.
Yes, so actually on the basis of my legal firm, which is MLT Aikens, who you might be familiar with. Yes, so in terms of the hardware, we have actually, it's buried within our IP strategy to file for patent on the hardware itself. And we're going to be keeping the software algorithms that these hardware relies upon to basically function. As well as our machine learning algorithms, and we'll keep that as a trade secret primarily because it's a little bit easier to defend.
Great, thanks.
Neil, I'm wondering if you can disclose what the raw data is that you pick up.
Oh, so we actually see the bounce back of the signal that's coming back. So if it's a metallic object or something that's very dense, the data that pops back is just saying, hey, we got a reflection here. And what that does is it actually, it records it on both the horizontal as well as the vertical plane. So that means we have an accuracy of roughly 5 centimeters on a horizontal plane, and we're accurate down to roughly 10 centimeters on a vertical plane, meaning that we're within a shovel distance of being accurate.
And what kind of competition do you have in terms of that sensor?
So right now, there is no one else that's utilizing this sensor within North America, which is why we're quite excited to be first to market on this one, primarily because we do know there's a substantial customer demand on it.
Do you have funding to get global patent protection on that?
No, that'll be in our subsequent fundraising round. Right now, we just want to focus on getting the solution done first. Our IP strategy is going to be revolving around protection within North America.
What about your global market potential?
Global market, all the numbers that I had identified earlier was all based off of North America. There's substantial global reach, and I can't address the total addressable market, but we do know that the construction is one of the things that is actually a given. It never really slows down. So if things slow down in Canada or the US, overseas is always going to be going as well.
Well, thanks a lot, Neil. If there's any further questions for Neil, please reach out to him via email. You can see him. You can see it right there, neil@sawbacktech.ca. Thanks a lot, Neil. Really appreciate you presenting your product. That is certainly gonna make an impact there. I guess with that said, we now have the opportunity to take a brief break. And during this break, we're going to have Darrell, who is the chair of the coaching committee as in the ERIN, make a brief announcement, and then I have a very short announcement myself as well. So yeah, we'll give it to Darrell.
All right, thank you, Cameron. Hello, everyone. So Darrell Petras here with TEC Edmonton. I'm not here to chat about TEC Edmonton, but I'm here to introduce the Edmonton Regional Innovation Network and a program within it that might be of interest to the group on the call today. So the Edmonton Regional Innovation Network is one of 8 regional innovation networks that are, I'd say, entrepreneur-centric, community-based initiatives that offer programs and services to grow technology-based companies. It's funded by Alberta Innovates. It's a 2-year program this time around, but it has a good track record generally in the province of being renewed. Now, within the Edmonton Regional Innovation Network, we have more than 70 members, and I want to highlight the Discovery Lab is one of them. And we're focusing on 4 key areas: coaching and mentorship for growth stage companies. And by growth stage companies, I mean companies that have some traction, whether it's funding raised, substantial grant funding raised, I suppose would count as one. Sales, of course, would be an indication of traction. But also we're looking for companies that have a team in place, technology innovation based, and they have an interest, if not an ability, a clear ability, but an interest in scaling. So from what I'm hearing, from the presentations this morning, by the way, excellent presentations, I think you're kind of our target market, so to speak, for that coaching and mentoring space. So Discovery Lab is, generally speaking, a target-rich environment for us. Coaching and mentoring is one of them. I'll dive in a little bit deeper in a second, but just to round out the list, I did mention 4 programs. The others are developing entrepreneurship in PSIs, post-secondary institutions, that is, access to capital, and a common entry point for entrepreneurs in Alberta. Now, going back to this coaching program, on the line today, we also have Cameron, of course, and Colin, who are both members of a committee within ERIN dedicated to the coaching and mentorship program. And basically what I want to highlight here is that, again, focusing on these growth stage companies, but we're looking to match companies who are in need of particular expertise. In my mind, that often means business expertise, maybe IP expertise. And we're looking to match them with mentors who have a strong track record in business or even technical. But our goal is to advance, to kind of accelerate the growth of the company. So what do we expect the two together to do? That is the coach or the mentor and the company. We're expecting to move the company effectively to its next milestone, whether that's raising money, whether that's increasing sales, if it's a subscription company online, let's say reducing a drop off of subscriptions, just the list goes on deals for that. And what I'll highlight, you don't have official, this is hot off the press, we don't have official to share yet. We will very soon. We are looking for folks who are interested, at least at an early stage, based on what I'm sharing about the program, interested as companies looking for some coaching, mentorship, and mentors. Now, the mentorship position is paid, and it is intensive mentorship. The payment comes through the Alberta Innovates funding. And what I mean by intensive is we're looking for up to 2 days a week for a set amount of time where that mentor, that coach would become effectively part of the team, not just to do things for the company, but to teach the company while doing things with them, if that's maybe a better way of putting it. So it's an intensive mentorship program that we heard from the community is needed in the community. Although we have good representation for companies from all of Alberta, and I know in Discovery Lab beyond Alberta, we will prioritize Edmonton region first. That's not to say we wouldn't look at companies in other parts of Alberta as well. To learn more, go to edmontonrin.ca, become a member, and we'll be having more of a formal announcement, or at least I guess a formal notice of the program that's developing very shortly. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions, but I'd also invite Colin and Cameron to share any thoughts if they like.
Mentoring is important. Always do it.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Alberta Innovates as well. They've been very generous with funding, and they're supporting this meeting. And it's great to have so many people that are part of AdvEn join in this organization and also provide mentoring. And we're so pleased that now that there is some support. I know there's been a lot of people giving a bit of their time for free, and we're looking forward to helping to build that support network even further and deeper now.
Thanks, Michael.
I can comment and say that we're taking this project very seriously. We've been working very hard over the last few weeks since our committee has been put together. And at the end of the day, we're looking to support the entrepreneur. So as we go through the beginnings of putting this program together, if you have an experience with it, please provide us feedback. We're here this program is here to serve you, the entrepreneur. And so knowing what helps solve your problems and help you grow and finding success there, we want to hear it and put together a kind of collective voice on how to solve these issues and help people grow. So that's, I guess, my comment there. Can't think of anything else to say in specific regard to it because we're still working on it. But.
Yeah, early days for sure. Thanks for those comments, Cameron. And again, we're looking for both mentors and call them coaches perhaps, and companies who'd be interested in the program. Can't guarantee, of course, we have room for everyone, but it's good to build up that network in any case. And looking forward to enrolling the program probably within, I would say, a matter of a couple of weeks, as opposed to anything longer than that. So thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
What's the process for people to join up again, just to clarify?
So right now, we'll have more information available at edmontonrin.ca. As we develop material that we can, more formal material around the program itself, we'll be sharing that, and we're happy to share that with the Discovery Lab Network. But if anyone wants to email me or any of the committee members, including Cameron and Colin, feel free to do so. And I'll just put my email address on the chat here, and feel free to reach out if you want to learn more, you want to get on the list, so to speak, to be considered. Just touch base by email.
I'll make a brief announcement too. I just posted my contact information. I see Colin has as well, so feel free to reach out to us. We now have a LinkedIn account for our organization. There's not a ton of content. We're probably looking at developing some of that today. With each passing meeting, we'll be posting more and more, and we'll, if it's okay with Darrell, we'll be sharing the information within our group there. So you can check us out now. We're at Discovery Lab Can, all one word, and we'll be putting a lot more information there. So it'll be less, I guess, maybe inundating emails, and we'll be able to just share a lot more stuff. So I hope you all take this opportunity to go out, check out our LinkedIn account for, I guess, less regular updates in terms of formal emails, but we'll be posting stuff kind of as it comes across our desks, because we do try to keep our emails to a minimum. we'll be able to share things very quickly through our LinkedIn account. So I'll just put in the chat the name of it.
Just to let people know, I will be sending out an email with the emails of the participants to make it easier for you to connect. We can also help with introductions, but that will hopefully make it a bit easier for the people who are in the room to directly email each other as needed. And the videos, of course, are also shared with the other 140 advisors, and so they can see what's happening, and we'll also have those email addresses. And what we really want to do, again, as Cameron said, is have useful, effective, and convenient tools and processes available for entrepreneurs who either need cash or expertise or grant funding in some cases as well. We're here really just to try and make it as easy as possible. We are both academics, Cameron and myself, so we know how busy you all are. And we also want to help you be able to build your team to find those additional mentors and experts to move your product, your ideas to market quickly and efficiently. And also get a reality check, figure out how to grow strong. So I think we could probably move on pretty soon. Cameron, are you okay to continue to chair?
Yeah, I'll continue to chair for another hour, so about 3 more presentations, and then I think if Darrell's okay with it, maybe if he's open to chairing as well. I don't want to put him on the spot, but TEC Edmonton has been a partner here for this event, the agriculture events that seems to be TEC Edmonton's bread and butter. I like to thank Darrell for that, and so giving him the floor to run part of the event as well, I think is important. So I'll maybe take on another hour, and then I'll pass it off to Darrell. Is that okay with you, Darrell?
Yeah, that sounds great. I see what you did there with bread and butter and agriculture. I like that.
It was not an intended pun, but I'm very happy it happened. So I'll just jump into our next presenter. If Trevor, are you prepared to present?
Yep. There we go.
Awesome. So I'm going to give you the floor. As per usual, you got 20 minutes. That'll include your presentation and your feedback. I believe you presented here before at one of our COVID meetings. And so I'll give you the floor there. There'll be, once again, continuing on with the 4-question questionnaire at the end of the presentation. Please fill that out. It's able to give our presenters some feedback on how to grow. And then finally, if you have any questions or comments that you'd like to make, feel free to post them in the chat, and we'll be able to go through them and get a good conversation going. So with that, I'm going to give Trevor of Crowdblink the floor.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Yeah, my name is Trevor Macdonald. I'm a partner of Crowdblink, which was previously to COVID an event technology company. So we specialized in mobile payments and secure ticketing for events. And so we basically had a ticket that you could go into an event with and buy t-shirts, beer, and popcorn with seamlessly without your wallet. So COVID happened and they canceled all the events in the world, and that put a stop on what we were doing. And so we took a week, got rid of everybody because we had to lay a lot of people off, and sat around, decided what we were going to do with the developers that we were able to keep. And we developed, with a unique relationship with PCL Construction, a temperature screening app for Google and iPhone. And basically this temperature screening app is used as a COVID-19 occupational health and safety protocol that has been adopted by PCL and kind of almost framed up by PCL in conjunction with some other things that they do on site to keep the job site safe. But we are working with them, and we'll be rolling out the platform to all 592 of their job sites worldwide, North America wide, before the end of May. And we're talking with a number of large oil and gas companies who are also interested. We have also, we're running pilots with a number of car dealership groups. So these would be national groups that have, reach over 2,000 or more dealerships. So that's that type of a relationship. We're speaking a lot with nursing homes, Healthcare has still been a very hard battle for us to get our product into, as we did build it quite intentionally for healthcare. We are running the pilot and the full program for some people at a number of nursing homes throughout Western Canada, but it's far more limited than we thought. We received way more traction in the construction, oil and gas energy space in Canada and the US. So I'll show you with the screen share. I'll introduce you to basically what we've got here. And we'll just go over to the basic website here. This is one of the pages. So obviously we're involved with occupational health and safety for visitors, patients, students, anyone entering an institution or a facility or a work site. And we, as you can see here, worked with, we're basically built out for any area of industry. So transport, government offices, manufacturing facilities, grocery stores, large public spaces, events, senior care facilities, medical care facilities, construction sites, etc. It's really quite versatile into where it can be applied as far as part of your occupational health and safety protocol for this particular viral circumstance we're dealing with. So it has advanced reporting for you. So you can basically, as people enter in, the basic process workflow is that someone would be in a queue that would be entering into a job site or a building or something. And as they enter the queue, they have a ID card possibly on them that they would flash against a phone. The screener has nothing more than a digital thermometer in one hand, their phone in the other. And it really is done with just a thumb, where you can easily touchlessly scan a QR or a barcode of a staff ID, and then manually take a temperature, marry that temperature, time, and place with that staff ID, and then put them through an audible contract of symptoms and whether or not they have those symptoms. And at that point, it's basically a 10-second process, paperless, touchless, very clean, very efficient, and it's really intended for you trying to move, say, 500 people through a line or an area, an access area within a very short period of time, such as a work site. So the reasons we have the data, primarily in a healthcare or say an energy facility standpoint, as you're scanning people in across the country on a national, say for a national network of energy facilities, if there are certain people that are key people that don't come into your building for 14 days because they've been flagged for one reason or other, that information in real time is brought back to a center point of management where they can say, that person with an iron ring is not getting into this energy site today, and that's a problem for us because they're the only person that can do X, Y, and Z. You might look at it in the case of an anesthesiologist not getting into a hospital and saying, those cases for surgery are not going to be just pushed a day or two, they're probably pushed 14 days. And if we lose 2 anesthesiologists, that's a real problem for us in a regional healthcare standpoint. So keeping track of key, not easily replaceable members of your team and staff is an important piece of data that they want in real time. Furthermore, we provide a digital record of due diligence and standard of care that I think companies are going to be very interested in 2 to 3 years from now if they ever find themselves in a litigious scenario where they would like to convey to a court or a dispute to say, we basically exercise complete due diligence. Here is this employee's ID scanned 35 times before they became sick. There's no one else in their job area that showed signs or symptoms. They didn't even show signs or symptoms while on site. So, it creates doubt in the liability for that company. And I do believe that large corporations do have that type of proactive attitude towards building a case for something that may or may not be there. So due diligence is standard of care. And obviously, finally, we provide I hate to say it, but an optic or a comforting optic for getting people into a building. I know that's a shallow thing to mention, and that's why it's at the bottom of the list, but the reality being that people are going to be relying on tools like this and protocols like this to create a theater of safety so that they can I guess, you know, convince people that it's safe to go out to a football game or to go to a movie theater, to go visit an NHL game. So all these things are very real forces that and reasons why people are gravitating towards this tool and putting it in. You know, it's not the all end all. It's simply a piece of a greater puzzle that would be, you know, your occupational health and safety protocols for COVID-19. I can show you a walkthrough. As you can see here, we're in the Google Play Store and the App Store for iPhone. And this is basically this is just a sketch walkthrough that I can give you that just takes you through the pass flows for the app. As you can see here, you can turn things on and off. So you can make it you can expedite it as shortly as you want or as long as you want in a user experience. But you have a screener that logs in. You can log them in with manual with ID or scan their ID, their employment ID. And you can move into the next where you scan. Now we have that ID. And now we can marry that ID of that worker with a temperature. So we marry it with the temperature. We double submit to ensure. We have a form. This is submitted. And the person is given a pass. And they're immediately sent on to do their job. And in areas where they're obviously flagged hot, that data goes back to the employer where they make a decision as to what to do about missing that person in the workforce for 14 days. As I said, we have interest from a number of different areas, even South America. We have a grocer in South America that's interested in running this, a bank in South America that's interested in running this. ATB is very interested in working with us. Not just for the thermometer, but to back it up, to give a bit more history to what we are not just a temp screening app. We are a payment identity network that basically, as I said before, we specialize in mobile payments and mobile identity, making payments more secure and creating better rates for transaction and frictionless transaction for those patrons using currency between phones. We are a partner with MasterCard, working with their payment identity network. And we have a number of other partners as well, Global Payments and First Data. They are both partners of our company in the sense that we are the only mobile event payment app that is available on their payment certified payment terminal devices. So if you went into a restaurant where there was a Move 5000 that a waitress was using, or maybe you might see a Clover Flex, they're the really sexy white ones that you see every once in a while. Our app actually rides on both those terminals and can be fired up for use in events and for transactions at points of service, points of sale rather, for any type of concession, really. So that's what our history is and where we came from. And now we look at this temp screening app as really a foot in the door into what we refer to as Industry 4.0. And that relates to the tracing of items and things and activities within a job site. So for us, we come from a history of basically tracing people in respect to what they do in an event. And we are pivoting that into a construction context or an energy, oil, and gas context, where we are tracing that person, and now also we'll be associating certain identifiers, QR identifiers, with something such as like this pallet of raw material came on site. It was scanned in by this individual who could vouch that there were 3 pallets of it. These pallets got used by these employees who checked them out and used them on their particular areas of the job site. You would have, situations where if I'm going to go use a grader on site, there would be a QR code associated with that grader. I would scan that, and it would indicate to the system that I am using that grader and that I have to go through a safety protocol and a maintenance check for that grader before I get on and operate it. And all that information, again, gets centered back. So really for us, this temp screening app is just, as I said, kind of a intro foot in the door for us getting into larger, more complex industry conversations that we're looking to have. And that's really it for us. Today is all about, like, if anybody out there has connections with manufacturing facilities, large job sites, or a series of job sites or facilities, we'd be very interested in talking with those groups and piloting this with them We find that after people run the pilot, it is so seamless that they just continue using the product. And depending on the scale, obviously we're very negotiable on price. We are looking for funding right now. We're looking to attract investment, more so related to our payment identity technology. But we're very interested in anybody from any spaces that have insight into Industry 4.0 and scaling something like this and our technology in that space. I'm out. That's all I got. 10:51. I did 11.
Awesome. Perfect. So if there's any questions or comments for Trevor, feel free to write them in the chat box there, and then we'll go by order of whoever submits them first.
I'm just wondering about your team. Where are they now? Can you continue to build new apps? And is there any product support that you need to provide in terms of technical support online, either to the end product user or the partner that's using it?
So we were acquired by a company called IntelliTix back in, basically the deal closed in January. So we were a 2-year-old event company. We grew up a little bit, got acquired by them, and they had a pretty significant dev team that, as I mentioned, like we had to lay off a number of people, like quite a large number of people, but of the people that we did keep were the devs. So we have a very strong dev team that was able to basically turn this around in a short period of time within our platform. And our customer support for the product is really proportional to the scale of service that we're providing. Obviously, we have text chat and email support. We do have a daytime phone number that we use for North America. We are having to set up, or rather explore, customer service options for South America, as we have a very large grocery chain down there that's considering using the product. So we do have to kind of adjust, we have to adjust the app to be multilingual, because we're finding that we're getting pegged in with Spanish, Portuguese, French, and obviously English is the default. But we're scrambling right now over the next 2 weeks to try and make sure that we can make everything linguistically friendly for all different, you just use a library and switch it out depending on what your preference is for language. So that's, moving through the process of making people happy with the product.
Impressive. In terms of intellectual property on your current project, what is your position there? I guess there's a lot of competing products. How do you differentiate what you have versus the competition?
So we are, our payment identity model is patented because it works offline, which is quite unique. So what we can do is basically run this in remote areas where you don't have Wi-Fi, and you can batch all of those cards, those ID cards that come through your job site. And then once you hit a Wi-Fi spot, you can hit the batch and it will upload and sync that data with your master data. So that's kind of a neat thing that we do that is built out of our event platform, not just, as I said, this being a simple app. And really, like the identity part of what we do is really the edge, because we're able to go in and have conversations with companies about the reorganization of their products, their processes, their equipment, their staff, and re-tagging everything to be a far more informative experience and data layer for them to operate in. This is not just from occupational health and safety. It touches on inventory, it touches on maintenance, and the care of equipment, expensive equipment. So there's a lot of different areas that you can get into with tagging a person and associating that person with an activity within a job site. And that's where we want to go.
Great. And in terms of data security, it sounds like you've got a pretty secure platform. Are there any issues about data security, confidentiality that need to still be addressed?
Because we are, because of our payment identity network and our work with MasterCard, we have a very, we're like a bank level secure transaction mobile to mobile. And what also is interesting is that we can make those mobile payments work with certified payment terminals. So you can go from mobile to payment terminal And that's not just with credit debit. You can do it with virtual currencies as well. So that's pretty cool. On the side of, that's the identity side. Now, when you get into hospital context and medical context, we are not HIPAA certified. We are HIPAA compliant in the sense that if you're HIPAA compliant, we fit within your HIPAA compliancy. The way we handle our data and give it to you is within that compliancy. However, we're not formally certified, which is something you can take 12 to 16 months. Obviously, we don't have time to do that within the context of what we're doing. But yeah, we do handle data in a way that is with that in mind and care.
I have a quick question. What's, in terms of your business model, like do you charge a fee per user kind of thing, or is it like a contract basis?
It's a per seat per month, and we try and sign our clients up to annual terms, basically. And a seat can be priced anywhere from $100 a month down to below 50. Like depending on, mind you, those are like really compelling scale numbers you're talking about. But we do have a client that's proposing they're looking at 18,000 location rollout. So for them, obviously, the economies of scale are way more favorable than somebody running, five car dealerships. But we also are very cognizant of the fact that, those are our online prices. And if you went through the online portal to make a purchase, those are what you're subjected to. They're kind of a bit locked in place, but I'll tell you what, like if you call us, we'll definitely work with you. And we've had plenty of conversations with people that say, like, listen, dude, I want to do this. I'm trying to get my business open, but I literally don't have that kind of scratch. And it's not like they're like a mom and pop. It's like, you have like 5 locations and you can't get this. He's like, no, like you don't understand. The money's not there. I'm not paying my landlord. He wants 13,000. I only have 9. I don't know why you think I have full retail price in my pocket for you. So, we definitely do work with people to try and like get the product out and get it used as much as possible in as many different places as possible. Just to show it as an example,
Do you have a trial period that people can test it for, like a?
Yes. Right now, nothing formal, nothing that's like automated formal. But we do. If you contacted us and said, listen, I have this many locations. Can I try it for a week and talk to you on a Thursday or Friday about it? It's Monday. Certainly can. We'll send you out a demo package and you can use it, at that one location for 4 or 5 days and get a feel for it. And if it's a fit for you, great. We can talk about rolling it out to your entire, network after that. And that's been fairly successful with us as far as like, once we get people in the driver's seat with it and they figure out how easy it is to use and how much, it gives you so much recorded value, touchless, without any, there's no paper, there's no pens, there's no contaminant, there's no fold out table. You're literally standing there with just a phone and a thermometer in your hand. It's a very clean process for doing that type of screening. Obviously, something like this would fit very well into a football stadium where you had to move a great number of people into a building in a very short period of time. If you had to do something like this as a protocol, this is an ideal tool because we can get it done within 10 seconds. I know that because I come from the event industry where we're used to getting 100,000 people into a venue within a reasonable amount of time. So we've done the math on this as far as how long it takes you to walk through it and tried to make it as expedite the process as possible and make it as clean and simple as possible. The learning curve for this is very minimal. It's a form. It's just a very smart one.
Awesome. Thank you, Trevor. If there's, thank you for your presentation. Just to keep us on time, we're going to move forward.
Yep, totally.
If anybody wants to reach out to Trevor, his information is going to be in the business plan. And it looks like if you have any suggestions on companies that may be interested in using this type of product, maybe connecting him with those people would be great as well.
Yeah, thanks very much for the time.
Thanks very much, Cameron. Just a quick question. I've got some people who want to join the meeting. They're in the waiting room. I don't know who they are. Please vouch for them if you know them. Sarah Jabara, Syed Absmeda. Yes, yes. Great. And also Sayobin Daniels.
Yeah, Siobhan, yes.
Okay, so I'll let them all in.
Thank
Great,
you.
so that's your team. Thanks very much, Luisa.
Yes, that's my team, sorry.
Perfect.
Right. Can you see my presentation and hear me all right?
Yeah, we can. So this is Luisa. Is that pronounced correctly?
That's correct. Thank you.
Awesome. So I'll give you the floor.
Thanks very much. Now you're wondering why I'm showing you a picture of an alien. After so much wonderful presentations, you might be happy to know that this is not an alien. It's a small crustacean I've been working with for the past 15 years. And it's also the core of the technology I'm introducing to you today. Its name is Daphne, and Daphne is the Greek name for clean water. So you can imagine that what we are targeting here is delivering clean water, and our startup is called Daphne Water Solutions. Fundamental science becomes, okay, my screen is frozen, sorry. Let me try again. Right, so fundamental science becomes new technologies, just not out of nowhere, but thanks to the effort of a fantastic team. We have a team which expertise ranges from engineering to chemistry, mathematics. Among us, we probably have 200 years of experience and know-how. We are supported by a very professional commercial team. And in the commercialization phase, we are looking to hire a CEO, a financial manager, and advisory board. What we are targeting is a very urgent necessity, water reuse. Why do we need to reuse water? Is because 2 billion people worldwide have no access to clean water. More than 60% of the world population live in water-stressed areas or will do so within 5 years. And more than 80% of water that we reuse for irrigation and water recharges is contaminated. And this causes very serious illnesses such as cancer and autoimmune diseases. So our solution fits within the municipal wastewater market. This is an idea of how much it is worth worldwide. And there are too many drivers to this market. One is regulatory pressure, and this is especially in developed countries. The other drive is water scarcity, and this interests a lot of developing countries. However, the regulatory pressure is increasing on developing countries as well, which at this point are facing not only water scarcity, but also regulatory pressure. And this is the solution we propose, DWS. What this solution does is the following. It takes large volumes of contaminated, intractable water. The animals that you have seen in the first slide work as small microscopic vacuum cleaners. So what they do, they take up from wastewater, both suspended and dissolved contaminants, and these range between organic and chemical contaminants. They are contained in cages so that there is no problems with escape, and what they return is a clean effluent. Now, because these are living things, at the end of their life cycle, they die. They are collected and they represent biowaste. What we do is to transform this biowaste in benign gases and clean water. So what this solution is one solution to full regulatory compliance. It's green and renewable, is scalable from large municipalities to small decentralized communities, and follow the principle of circular economy. We have protected our IP on the biological process and the associated engineering designs. What are the two major competitive advantages? The solution is low capex. As compared to other solutions currently on the market that require large infrastructure, turbines, and so on, we only need very small infrastructure that can be retrofitted within existing infrastructure. The second selling point is that we are environmental friendly, we are green. Majority of existing solutions generate byproducts, many of which are toxic and carcinogenic. And so either they pollute the environment or they need to be disposed of at additional costs. If we want to make a direct comparison with what we know is our most direct competitor, granular activated carbon, here I list a few advantages that we have over our competitor. First of all, several order of magnitude cheaper CapEx and OpEx. We can remove all contaminants because the animals are not selective of what they take up from water, whereas existing substrate are more selective of what contaminants they can remove. We do not generate toxic waste as opposed to the competition. And as mentioned before, we can retrofit our solution within existing infrastructure, reducing enormously the cost of the water industry. This is our timeline. The idea was born 3 years ago now. In 2018, we had the first prototypes. At the end of 2019, we filed for patent protection. And by then, we had more than 2.5 million funding in fundamental research and translational research. By the end of 2019, we secured an early adopter and first customer. This is the second largest utility in South Africa, water utility. And we also secured a partner in Brazil. This is a technology enabling company and our intermediary to the wastewater industry in Brazil. At this point, we are more than ready to deploy field demonstrators. We have entry point in 2 geographic areas, South Africa and Brazil, thanks to our contacts in these countries. And after the early demonstrators are established, we would like them to increasingly serve a number of plants in these 2 geographic areas and eventually roll back to the European market within few years. This brings me to basically describe our business plan, which is a B2B or B2G consultancy and licensing. What I want to point out here is we do not need a lot of customers because our customers manage many plants, many sites. For example, our early adopter in Brazil managed 54 plants, is the second largest water utility in South Africa. The same geographic area only for São Paulo, Brazil, counts more than 1,000 plants. So after a startup cost, what we are looking at is a high margin per plant, even with a limited number of customers. And we are aiming for recurring revenue. And this is provided by a combination of servicing, consultancy, and licensing. And the license involves both animals, softwares, and designs. So our idea after a startup is to take over first a limited number of plants from our entry point customers and then expand our business. We are also planning for 3 funding rounds. The first one is now to establish the startup, and then later on to either enter a new geographic area or finding new applications for our solution. What we are asking is an initial 650,000 that we plan to spend to establish the company, hire personnel, which is the most expensive aspect of this solution, and to pay for lab costs and running costs. If we would buy or establish infrastructure, this will cost another 250,000 at least. So we're proposing to use university facilities in the first phase, and then later on, once we are established, to create our own infrastructure. What we expect to deliver within 12 months is access to the South African market, understanding of the Brazilian market, and eventually establishing a new relationship with early adopter in Brazil. So this is a critical time for us. We are at this point looking for an advisory team and investors to deploy our solution. And we will be happy to take questions.
Okay, ooh, sorry, get myself set up here. If there's any questions, feel free to post them in the chat. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up the chat to see if I can find any. There's no questions there yet.
I'm just wondering about the scale-up potential. How large do your reactors need to be for this process, for a industrial use, for example, or for a large, let's say a city or a town?
Yeah, so that is a very good question. So as I was mentioned before, we do have scalable reactors. So we have made them modular, and I can invite my colleague Carl Dern to say more about this. So because they are modular, we can scale them up or down according to necessity, and we can retrofit them in existing infrastructure. Carl, do you want to say more about this?
No, I think that's a good summary. What I would say is, so the individual cages are modular. The cages can be linked together, as can the recovery system to allow us to extract the chitin, the carcasses of the animals once they've died and collected at the bottom of those cages. So the system, if you like, the manifold that does that is completely modular. It's not limited, so we can increase or decrease size based on the requirements of the individual plant. So depending on what size and what diameter the tank is, what depth the tank is, we can add or take away cages. A little bit like a Lego system, I suppose, to give you an analogy.
And have you received any investment, or is it largely grant-based in terms of your funding so far?
So far we have grant-based, and we have an initial investment from our partner and our first customer in South Africa. These are modest investment, but they will be able to pay for the early demonstrators in these two countries.
Great. And who owns the patent? Is that a university-owned patent or yours?
No, as you know, when you work for the university, the IP is owned by the university, but Carl and myself are the inventors of this solution. And if we move into, or when we move into commercialization, we will look into buying this IP from the university. And it is generally the case for, inventions that are made on the university time.
Sure, and Dr. Daniels is your spin-out advisor, is that right?
Yes, so Siobhan, do you want to add something about process that we can follow in this respect?
So the University of Birmingham runs, it takes equity and royalties for IP that's generated by the academics. And that is usually negotiated when the business plan is formed and the spin-out candidate has been validated. So we are currently on that process with Luisa at the moment.
Sure, and what's the option in terms of assigning the IP to the spin-out? Is it?
So assignment is definitely on the table, but we wouldn't consider doing that until we knew that the business was, viable. But usually when we get sort of Series A, sometimes it's seed, it's something that we would consider doing there. We just need to make sure that the IP is secure, because it's an asset that is lost from the university if we put it into a company that isn't going to, stay afloat.
Sure. And has the UK provided any demonstrator sites, or what do you have there at the university or elsewhere in the UK?
So what we have here is the university has a site that helps us doing all the practical scale-up tests. We are discussing with United Utilities about possible application in their in one of their plants. We had contact also with Severn Trent. Being a big company, they would be ready to welcome us when we are a bit more advanced. So we are in that phase where we need basically to show them we can do it at scale.
Pretty large scale, I guess, then.
For them, it's large scale, but they were actually considering that this might be a very great solution for their decentralized communities, for not necessarily the biggest city, but all the communities and all the plants they have all over scattered, where actually our solution would mean less manpower and more efficient treatment.
Yeah, I'm wondering, we have a lot of First Nations communities in Canada, for example, that have poor quality water, and we have a real need to improve that situation in remote communities that have limited infrastructure. I'm wondering how you position yourself in terms of kind of large Severn Trent kind of water utilities versus small communities. Where is the cost effectiveness most attractive in terms of scale?
As we mentioned before, we can scale up or down according to what is the local need. And one of the alternative applications of our solution is also bioremediation of natural waters. So once we have the modular cages, we can install them wherever you like and have whatever modular enlargement or restriction of the volume of water we treat. The biggest startup cost would be installing a continuous production of animals on site for non-specialists. And for the rest is building the cages to contain animals and to remove bio-waste.
And that bio-waste, is there any utility for that?
Yes, there is. So there are two people on the call that are our chemical engineers. I will just summarize briefly and then give them the floor. So we have done a first market research that revealed our primary market was water utilities. And a follow-up market research revealed alternative applications of our solution. And also that the animal is composed of two parts. One is organic and one is chitin, like many insects, if you want. And the chitin part has a revenue for a number of industries, including bioprinting or similar industry, food industry as well.
Ah, okay. Have you had any conversations with the Canadian government or any provinces such as Alberta?
No, because this is our first contact with the Canadian side, if you want. We have mostly been working in Europe, South Africa, South America, but yeah, we haven't approached yet North America and Canada, even though I had a very early chat with a potential investor in California.
Are there any challenges working in a northern climate?
There might be challenges for the animals. However, one fundamental part of my research is the ability to revive these animals. One of the things they do that is they are very special for, they can sleep for decades or even century. And so you can resurrect them from the past, so different environments, including cold or warm, and you can select the pool of animals that are best suited for different environments, for different climates, for different kind of wastewater, if you want.
So do you have to adapt them either chemically or in terms of their gene pool or?
Yeah, there are two ways you can do that. You can either select the naturally adapted ones, and I have a huge collection of these animals, or you can biologically adapt them in the lab.
Okay, and do you need to use any cryo preservatives or anything for the long-term storage?
No, because one of the beauties of these animals, once you have revived them, you can keep them as clones. So they are very similar to bacteria, if you want.
Very interesting.
For the interest of time, to stay on schedule, we're just going to move forward with our next presentation. But if there's any further questions or comments that you would like to share with Luisa and her team, please feel free to reach out to her with her contact information that was, I believe, provided in the business plan. So Thanks a lot, Luisa, for presenting.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
No problem. Our next presentation is Igor of InPlanta Biotechnology. So do we have him? There he is on the line. Igor, can we hear you? Perfect. Could you share your screen with us, and then you can
try to do, yeah. Okay, just a second. Okay, do you guys see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, do you hear me well?
Yes.
Perfect. So, all right. So, thank you very much for giving me a chance to present. So, I'll present you story of two companies and basically investments we're seeking, right? So, it's InPlanta Biotechnology and PathwayRx. So, both are privately owned companies, right? So, these are two people who are CEOs of both companies. So InPlanta Biotechnology is primarily a cannabis breeding company. We do create a variety of marijuana and hemp strains of different kinds, right? So we have ability to provide seeds and clones in from hundreds of varieties. We have breeding partners in many different countries. So just be more specific, about 1,500 varieties of cannabis, including over 1,000 developed by InPlanta on the research license. Our first cannabis nursery license have been received last year. That's where we produce clones and seeds. And we have a large hemp breeding operation cultivation, again, under this license, and we are registering several varieties. One of them has been registered already. So what we're doing, we're providing seeds and clones, right, to a variety of LPs. We just recently had a seed sale for the provider in Alberta. We offer complete cultivar characterizations for any company who want to know the properties of their lines. We offer custom breeding programs, basically to be able to create any variety you want for you for specific conditions or field, let's say, right? And we offer a variety of plant testing and variety of R&D with cannabis. So as I said, we have a number of cultivars. We live in about 9,000 square feet building from the University of Lethbridge. It's a 5-year renewable lease. We have ownership of several companies in the industry. We have 3 or 4 JVs with different companies in Canada, Australia, Jersey with 50% ownership, and have small ownership in at least 3, I believe, to date, companies that are in the field operating either in Canada, Jamaica, or St. Vincent. We have just registered recently our first variety, and we are going ahead with breeding plots for 3 more this year. Our sales approximately in 2019 were about $500,000. So we're thinking about up to $2 million investment at $10 million evaluation. So with this money, with proceeds going towards equipment upgrades, hiring additional personnel, ongoing operation costs, especially in hemp cultivation that we are planning this year, IP protection, patent filing, and expansion of our nursery, and sales and marketing. Second company is PathwayRx. It's a company that develops medicinal cannabis IP for diagnostics and treatment of various conditions, right? So the main assets of the company are patents and licensed varieties. So we have 9 varieties licensed to licensed producers. 2 of them hit commercial production already. We know that the LPs already, licensed producers are selling them. So we expect revenue soon. We have filed 5 US and 5 global patents. So those are full patents already. And right now we already had first round where some of the claims were granted, and we basically rebattled the others. So it's in the process. Our approach, so basically what we do, as I mentioned, we use hybrids that are created by InPlanta, right? And Pathway has a license or purchased several dozens of those cultivars from InPlanta. And we use full ethanol extracts that we test for a variety of medical applications. So for example, this one we have selected out of 400 flowers, 400 extracts. We have selected top 9 anti-cancer properties and patented them. Just give you an example. So this is a graphic of cell proliferation. So see the cancer cells happily growing. These 3 varieties have no effect, which is this variety has a clear dose-dependent inhibition of cancer growth. It's just an example. We also actively work on rheumatoid arthritis and osteoarthritis. So what we use 3D human skin tissues, right? So engineered skin tissues where we trigger the inflammation, right? And then we give our extract, incubate and see basically the effect. So just to give you an idea, this is a rheumatoid arthritis pathway. It's a key pathway that triggers basically inflammation in rheumatoid arthritis. And in green, you have the log scale of decrease in the pro-inflammatory molecules. Let's see how many of the targets. Just give you an example of 2 lines on multiple units of pro-inflammatory interferons, cytokines, interleukins are down-regulated. So those lines are very efficient. That allowed us to basically file a patent for novel therapeutics for inflammatory diseases. We are preparing clinical trial right now, so we have a team from University of Calgary that clinical trial on rheumatoid arthritis. So it's pretty much ready to go. We recently lost our industrial partner last 2 months or so, and we definitely need money to do this clinical trial. Another example is inflammatory bowel disease. For example, as you see here, this is a summary of all genes involved in contributing to the disease. This is the response to cannabis. So basically, as you see, many varieties reverse this pathway, or actually just even it goes negative. So basically, restoring fully normal health, let's say, of tissues, right? Similar information about skin. So we do cause skin inflammation, or we use, for example, skin that looks like psoriasis or atopic dermatitis, and we apply our cultivar extracts and just see whether we can get a reversal. So again, an example of the patent and reversal of several key genes involved in causing the skin conditions. Finally, very recently, we have discovered a dozen or so varieties that are able to inhibit a main receptor that COVID-causing virus uses to enter the cell. So we have substantial inhibition of this receptor. We filed the patent in March, and we have a first publication out. And we're working on the second one where we demonstrate that our extract can substantially inhibit cytokine storm, and cytokine storm is a reason for lung damage and severe outcome of the disease, including deaths. Right? This is just an example of cultivars tested, just to make sure that you understand that not all cultivars work. This, for example, on negative, but these 3 are pretty good, and this one has almost 80% or a little over 80% inhibition of the virus entry, right? And finally, we have developed the mathematical algorithm based on machine learning how to make cannabis treatment personalized. I'll just skip this basically and show you, for example, we have here oral and intestinal tissues where we cause inflammation. These are all the cultivars, and this is the degree of restoration. So as you see, for example, this one barely improves or restores normal conditions, and these are very strong anti-inflammatory, restore or remove inflammation almost entirely. You see, it works well for oral, but not well for intestinal tissues. Investment opportunity at 15 million evaluations, we need up to $2 million. We need this to conduct clinical trials. We need to continue our R&D on multiple fronts. Unfortunately, I don't have time to go all of it, IP protection, some equipment upgrades. It's our team at 2 companies, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I'm wondering about any potential toxicity issues that you might have with this. Have you explored that reducing ACE2 levels might be non-optimal in some tissues?
Right, so you're referring basically to an actual functioning of the ACE2 in normal tissues, so it's a legitimate question. So there are 2 ways of using or developing a drug, if you will. One is a preventative in form of mouthwash or gargle, right? So that one would be a local application, or inhaler, again, a local application. That would have to be demonstrated whether it has any potential toxicity, right? And the second one is basically the use of systemic, let's say, treatment in gel caps, even inhaler, where you're trying to prevent the virus amplification of the ACE2 across your body. There are a number of target tissues, so as lung, oral, intestine, kidney, and all of those, and, you know, it's a balance probably as with any drug. So you may target one tissue and do potentially harm with another tissues, and that's why clinical trial is recommended, right?
Sure. And do you have to purify the active ingredients, or do you have that already?
Excellent question. So basically, if you go into the clinical trial, you have to identify active ingredients, right? So for botanical extract, it's not that easy. For the phase 2, it is sufficient for us to purify and demonstrate that active ingredients represent at least 50%, no more. And our play is to claim 3 major cannabinoids. I cannot disclose now, unfortunately, that are active ingredients. And there is a pharmacopoeia, and basically there's a lot of literature out there demonstrating complete safety of those ingredients. So we believe that this would not be a problem.
We do have one question from the chat. Colin, should I give you the floor?
Sure. Thanks, Igor. I appreciate the presentation. Interesting in my world, and we'll get to that, I'm sure, in a little bit. But are you trying to just be a nursery? It kind of started with that, but then it seems that you're going into more of the extraction on the CBD and terpene side of things. Where are you going with that, or is that a separate thing, or how do those 2 things fit together?
Right, great question. So no, InPlanta is not a nursery alone. So it's we have several subsection operations. So nursery is one where we just provide clones and seeds and license varieties. So we have licensed several to Pathway and other companies. Then the second business is a large R&D. We have done at least 5 different projects for analysis of anything from lights to pesticides, you name it. The third large component is hemp industry, right? So, and developing of new hemp varieties. I give you an example, our registered cactus variety hits 7 to 8% CBD in the total biomass, which is 5 times probably higher than any current industrial variety that exists in Canada.
Okay, and I guess with that, is the valuation that you have coming from, well, where are you getting your valuation, but also is it on both sides of the equation, or are you kind of doing that just on the R&D side?
Right, so the valuation for InPlanta went substantially down this year from previous. We had several investments that were not successful, let's say, so we have not developed the interaction with these companies. One of them has invested small amount at 20 million evaluation 2 years ago. Before that, we had a failed also investment of $120,000 for the same valuation. The Pathway RX, the valuation comes from the fact that last year, Sundial has purchased 50% of PathwayRx at $18 million valuation. And as you know, the company is not doing very well as many other cannabis companies. And so we are now in the process of renegotiating this position. So both valuations are very moderate.
Thank you.
I do have two other questions that, sorry, Angela, I just missed yours, so I'll give you the floor. And I believe Darrell's may be answered through this as well, but we'll go to Darrell after, just in case.
Yeah, I just had a question if you've looked into plant breeders' rights protections for your cultivars in addition to your patent filings.
Right, so basically cultivar cactus has now been registered with Canadian Seed Growers Association and CFIA, right? So, and we have submitted, we will submit the file after this season grow to Health Canada to get this variety into the commercially, well, into the list of the varieties that can be cultivated commercially. But yes, we will look into the breeders' rights as well.
We'll just quickly, Darrell, does this answer your question as well?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. And then I have another quick question from Colin.
Me again. Thanks, Igor. Just asking if you're soil-based, aero-based, or hydroponic-based with your nursery.
Soil, strictly soil, yeah.
Excellent. Thanks.
Okay. I don't see any. We'll give a minute to see if there's any new questions that come in. I'll suggest people fill out the questionnaire right now as well, just because we have a brief moment, because that really helps out our presenting teams to see which ways they could focus on their growth on those 4 points. So. Last call for questions. Okay, so I'll take that silence as that there was no more questions. Thank you very much, Igor, for your presentation. We hope you can get some good advice moving forward and get.
All right, yeah, take care, bye-bye.
Take care, Igor. With that, we have quick 2 minutes before the next presentation, and when I give up my chairing duties to Darrell, we're going to use this opportunity to actually have Colin Christensen briefly mention what he's been doing with Fuse 42. So Colin, you've got the floor here. We'll give you a couple minutes to do that.
Thanks. I won't take long at all. I appreciate the opportunity, and obviously riding on the coattails of what Igor was just talking about, we run an accelerator specifically in the hemp and cannabis space called Fuse 42. It's relatively new, although we've been at it for about 4.5 years. We've had a 70% success rate with our companies that we've worked on and invested into, and it's going well. We're growing and we're taking in new companies for cohorts. And I would love to have probably a further chat with you, Igor, about that. You can reach out to me anytime you like. I can put my email in there for that company. But yeah, it's a hemp and cannabis based. We have really, really cool stuff, everything from a couple of growers and things like that, but mostly into very high technology, high innovation things in the hemp space, like plastics, textiles, proteins, all kinds of interesting things. I do like the CBD side, and we're working with cool soils and all kinds of interesting things out there. So just a quick pitch for that. I appreciate it. And obviously always looking for companies in that hemp and cannabis space, specifically to bring a lot of proper business fundamentals to them. Most of the businesses running into this seem to be trying all kinds of things and failing, and we want to bring the good fundamentals to them so they can succeed. Thanks.
Well, I'm just wondering about the interactions with universities or other infrastructures out there that are government funded, for example. How much support are you getting from universities or the government, or for that matter, banks, to try and keep the ball rolling there?
Good question. Well, I mean, we are fairly tied closely to InnoTech Alberta. Obviously, we have a 46,000 square foot building out in Bakerville. Not that we're using it right now with the COVID stuff going on. We're mostly online. But InnoTech has some incredible work that they do with research on the hemp and cannabis plant. So we're getting good support there, talking with all the guys at the university and through it. There's a number of different organizations out there in the hemp and cannabis space, but we're also getting draw and interest from international. So we have teams coming in from the Ukraine, from China, from Atlanta and Washington. We've worked with out of Boston and out of Nova Scotia, all around the world, because we certainly have the corner as far as good growing capacity here in Alberta, as well as some of the top research. And we happen to be obviously a legally, a legalized country as far as the cannabis side goes. So from banks and investors, we do have a lot of support from them. And we're also a part of the CAIN network, which is the Canadian Accelerators Incubators Network across Canada, about 200 of them.
Okay, and in terms of IP or contract support, do you offer much in that space?
Yeah, well, we certainly help get it. We don't own any of it. That's not our interest. When we invest into a company, we do kind of a convertible debenture for future equity, as any kind of accelerator does when we invest money into them. But if we don't invest money in, we still do a lot of work to help them. We're very, very open-handed. So we're not about trying to take anything. It's much more about creating a space for the entrepreneurs and the companies to succeed.
Great.
Thanks a lot, Colin. Since I will be giving up my chairing duties for the remainder of the day, I would like to thank all of our presenters that are still on the line or will be presenting for your presentations. We'd like to thank Darrell for making his announcement this morning and now taking over as chair, as well as Colin for mentioning how he can help out in the hemp space, help in the cannabis space. We actually have a fair number of companies coming up that do operate in that space, so I hope Colin can stick around throughout the rest of the day and give feedback to those companies to help them grow successfully. With that, I'm going to tune out for a little while in terms of chairing and such, and give the floor to Darrell, who I think we've got you now live, which is great.
Yes.
So
all right. Thank you, Cameron. Appreciate the opportunity. Again, Darrell Petras with TEC Edmonton. Hello, everyone. Been joining the presentation this morning. And up next, we have Luke, who is carrying on with our hemp theme right now. So I'm going to turn it over to Luke, and I see his screen is being shared.
Good morning, good afternoon, depending what time zone you're in there. Thanks for having me today, and thanks, Colin, for the warm-up on the cannabis front. I'm coming from the hemp direction, known as a hempster. Today, we're talking about expanding our potential business, and I'm ready to get going if you guys are. Everyone can hear me okay?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. I'm just going to dive into it. My name is Luke, and I'm co-founder of the new Paradigm Hempery. With my partner, Megan, we started the Hempery. It's a community endeavor focused around building community and growing hemp. We saw hemp as the future, and we tried to get a start on that before things got rocking, which they are now, especially with COVID and all the rest of it. In addition to having a boutique hemp farm, we're one of the first of its kind. We also have a product line, which we do under Fifth Meridian Hemp. Fifth Meridian Hemp has a varying range of products, which we create from our own hemp seeds. We have hemp coffee, which is our flagship product, great local coffee, half hemp. We have obviously the hemp hearts, shelled hemp seeds, protein powder of 2 grades, good old hemp oil. And our focus for our company was to grow hemp in a sustainable way so we could create products to serve the local community. Now that COVID is here and things have changed, the desire for local, the desire for sustainable, the desire for storable seems to have gone up. And a lot of what we're doing seems to get a little more attention than it did 24 months ago, which is exciting. We've known for a long time hemp is the way of the future. It's just taking some people and some other industries a little more time to make those changes. What's going on in the world around us, as much as it's got some negatives, has been good overall for hemp. A couple of our other products, we have a hydrosol, which is a digestive tonic. We've even created a COVID-friendly product, which is great for sanitizing hands, great for camping. It's a non-alcohol based hand purifier sanitizer. So these are just examples of products that we've had now for up to 2 years. Our first product was the coffee. Our latest product was the hand spray there. And we're just really setting ourselves up to take advantage of the growth in hemp. That's really been our focus. We align ourselves with other, what we call hempsters. These are people who really believe in hemp, people who have seen the value that it can add. If you do know the history of cannabis and hemp, it is a bit of a dark one, and it's only slowly starting to come around. And what we want to talk about today is expanding our business, specifically into oil and protein production. We've had trouble finding people in the province that can reliably do oil and protein production for ourselves. We're relatively low production. We'd like to scale our production. And everybody who's in the business is already busy and full up for the year. So we're seeing a real opportunity to increase production. So, just looking at the market and why we want to make this change now with, zombie apocalypse, COVID going on, whatever we're calling these changes, there's a movement to hyper-local. Hemp really is a local game. We see it as a non-competitive space. What's happening in Edmonton or Ontario is not affecting us. We're closer to Calgary market. We are at a time where bananas and avocados might not come in anymore. And there's going to be shelf room for local things, particularly things that are high in protein and nutritious food, which is what hemp is. As you know, hemp can do 50,000 things. Many of them are with the stalk, which we'll talk a little bit more about later. But our focus has been food and medicine. We do the hemp hearts, the protein, that sort of stuff. It's storable. It's high protein food. We're moving into a more plant-based world. There was a presentation earlier this morning, which I saw, where they had some good numbers on how the plant-based is going up. Meat prices are going to go up with all these changes going on in the world. That's going to force more vegetarianism, more veganism, and more awareness to how awesome hemp is as a food. Hemp is far better than rapeseed, which is canola's first name. It was kindly rebranded. Not a big fan of canola. Really see hemp as a much better product for countless reasons, which I won't get into here. So why does this make sense for us to expand our business into some more oil and some protein production? Number one, we're already in business. We're not some dream, some idea on a piece of paper. We're out doing it. We're farming yesterday, we're farming tomorrow, I'm farming later this afternoon. It's happening. We already have retail sales. We already have wholesale sales. We want to expand both of those. We sell our products in 4 provinces. We don't sell tons of products. We'd like to sell more. Having more production would allow us to do that. We're just outside of Calgary. Our big belief here as we move into kind of a new version of the world here is that local is going to be the new thing, if it's not already. And just being outside of Calgary, we have access to over 1 million people, all of which could be accessing hemp oil and hemp protein from us or from neighboring farmers in our area. Stuff doesn't need to be coming from across the world. There's an expansion in hemp. I get more phone calls than ever, people saying, did you know you can make plastic out of hemp? Is that shirt made of hemp? People are starting to notice hemp. It's not MJ, it's different. It's not going to get you high. It does not have THC. It's an industrial plant that can replace oil and gas. There's nothing else that can do that. It's powerful, and people are starting to recognize that. The sharp decline in oil prices, the collapsing of economies, the overall martial law across the world is really bringing hemp to the forefront as a solution to many of the world's problems. And it is. The sad part is right now, there's not a lot of industry. There's growing awareness for what we're doing. There's growing sales for our products. And we'd like to help farmers, particularly in Alberta here, as well as across the country, do more hemp and turn it into a real viable business. So that's a big part of it too, is we're connected to farmers. We are farmers. We're not old school farmers that spray chemicals and stuff. That's not our game. We do things a little more new school, and that's where things are going. This is overall a great human awakening, and hemp is part of that. So here's what we're looking for at 5M Hemp. We're looking for $100,000 to $150,000. I know in the big picture, that's not a lot of money. We're a pretty small boutique company. We like doing things that way. We have a lot of freedom and control. we're about building community and really regenerating the earth and working with the planet via this plant. So what we want to do with that money is we want to set up some seed cleaning, get ourselves an oil press, be able to create protein through different milling and sifting, which is the byproduct of the pressing of the oil, and set all that within a food grade space in our existing facility. We have a facility in Water Valley just outside of Calgary. We'd like to take a space within our building and create a food grade space where we can do oil pressing, etc., for not just ourselves, but also for all the neighboring farmers that we're meeting more and more of. So it's really that simple. That's what we're looking to do. We have lots of other big plans, but in terms of today's conversation, that's what we're looking to do, is add essentially an oil press and the related toys to increase production to help ourselves and other farmers around the province as hemp becomes more of a known and used food. We've had some small investments in the past. What we love is free money or grants. So if anybody's interested in that, that's always easiest. Moving down the list, low interest loans that don't have fine print about giving away our firstborn childs and all the rest of it. We're not really huge on giving away the farm, literally in this case. And we're also open to reasonable joint venture partners, people who might have money, people who might have facilities, people who might have an oil press sitting around collecting dust. We do joint venture with lots of different people already on different growing sites and different things. So we're pretty good at meeting people, getting to know them, and setting up win-win partnerships if that can be established. So, you know, for anybody listening out there, we're open to feedback. Always, we are students first, experts second, but we do know a lot of things. We have learned a lot of things. We're constantly expanding in the space, and this is the step we want to take next. We trust in hemp. There's a lot of things out there that are not to be trusted these days. I won't get into that, but the hemp plant has been good to us. We've trusted in it. It's coming, it's here, it's expanding, and we're part of that expansion. And for us specifically, we'd like to bring some more food products to the Calgary area and set up a model that people can duplicate. We're really big on collaboration. We're not hardcore dog-eat-dog competitive people. We believe in win-win-win, which includes both partners as well as the earth and 7 generations from now. Some other projects, just because I have conversations about hemp every day, these are things that we're not actively doing, although we're doing some small R&D for fuels. But if you're interested in changing the world with hemp and you have some real money, here's a couple things that you might be able to talk to us offline about. Hemp toilet paper. If you haven't noticed the rush on toilet paper in the last 6 weeks, it has brought up the question, why don't we have hemp toilet paper? And you know what the answer is? Because no one spent the 3 to 8 million or even more to build a hemp toilet paper creation factory. So if that's something you'd like to see and you have that kind of money or access to it, it starts with paper pulp, brown paper towels, napkins, toilet paper. Should not be made out of old growth trees. That's a fail. Biofuels, we're doing some small R&D on this, but it's, you know, you can use the garbage of hemp to run your machinery. Farmers were doing this 100 years ago, part of why hemp got outlawed. A story for another day. Very exciting. Textiles. So do you guys make hemp t-shirts? If I got $1 for every time someone asked me that, I'd probably be a millionaire. We don't make hemp t-shirts. No one makes hemp t-shirts. And the reason is the same reason that no one makes hemp toilet paper right now, is no one's invested the money in the factory and the machinery, which all exists, but just hasn't been set up. So all these businesses could be set up just outside of Calgary, another one just outside of Edmonton, just outside of every major city, fueling that local economy. So I'm not specifically here to talk about these projects, but they're a little bit more of things that could happen. And if you'd like to talk more about them, feel free to contact me offline. And of course, there's hemp plastic. I said before, hemp can replace oil and gas. It can be a big statement to make in Alberta, but I'm making it because it's true. And hemp plastic is a huge one. So many things made of plastic. The first Model T was made of plastic. And if you Google that, you can see videos of people taking sledgehammers to it in the winter and not breaking it. So hemp plastic is better than petroleum-based plastic. But again, it's not really here because no one's investing in that. And want to just say thank you to everybody for joining me on this presentation, and let's move to some Q&A.
I'm just wondering what the most cost-effective market is to get into first. You've got lots of possibilities.
Great question. We faced that question a few years ago when we got started, kind of on a hippie budget, a few $1,000s in our pocket, and we decided to go for food and medicine, just as the niche. Hemp can do 45 or 55,000 things, but we didn't want to try and do all of them at the same time. So we started with food. We had dreams of having our own hemp hearts and hemp oil, which we now have, which is very exciting. And because of the value of food, the storability of hemp-based food, and just really the power we've seen from the food and medicine and curing people and bringing people to good wellness and health, that's where we decided to start. And that's the basis of my presentation and pitch today. Is we're looking for $100,000 to $150,000 to increase our particularly oil and protein production. Those other projects, the toilet paper and stuff, are things that anybody can go out and do. They're not hard to do, really. With some people and some money, they can be done. Paper pulp, biofuels, these things are not brand new. They're already being done out there. But our focus for now is food, particularly in the, call it, Greater Calgary area.
Thank you, Luke. I'm just going to go to the chat here. And Corey shared a notice. Alberta Ag just opened a window for applications under CAP, the Value-Added Products to Market Large program. It would be worth looking into that. So that is good advice if you're not familiar with that program. And then Scott Exner has a question, if I can invite Scott to share his question.
Sure. I was wondering whether you have currently any secured debt and whether you'd be open to issuing preferred shares as opposed to low interest loans.
Good question. To this point in our history, we've operated on kind of our own loans, loans from friends and family, that sort of stuff. Given that we're trying to maybe move into some bigger numbers and some bigger production here, we are open to other ways of doing business arrangements. So whether that's through shares or other ways of getting interest in the business. So that might be more of a conversation for offline, but yes, we are open to that. We know that's a common way of doing investments. My partner and our team and I, we're gonna, digest this meeting after we're done here, and get back to people and look into any advice and insights that are shared. So thank you.
Maybe we can connect offline then.
Yeah, absolutely. Please do.
Thanks, Scott. Colin, do you want to share your thoughts?
Sure. Thanks, Darrell. A couple things there, Luke. Yeah, we can connect offline and talk some more about this. We actually have companies that we're working with that are doing textiles out of hemp, the pulp, even not so much toilet paper, but certainly paper napkins and industrial napkins and things like that out of cottonized hemp. There's a whole bunch of things going on in that space. Hemp plastics, we've got a bunch of teams doing that, epoxy resins. So there's lots of things we can chat about. But the other question goes, and I might have missed this just because I stepped out for a quick second. You have some products on the market that you're selling, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, the products that we've shown you there on the screen, we have a total of 7 products right now, public products.
Awesome. And how is that going? What are you looking? Are you going to stay in those and expand on that, or are you looking to try to dig into all these other areas?
Right now, our focus, great question, is to expand deeper into those products, particularly the oil and the protein. We see those markets as expanding, particularly the oil, and we want to be able to press oil for increased production ourselves, as well as for others who are looking to upvalue their hemp seeds, like farmers that are just new to the business. So we want to keep blowing out those products. We do farmers markets. We're in a few stores in the Cochrane, Calgary area, a couple stores in Ontario, and kind of across the country as well. But we're not, in major grocery store chains doing thousands and thousands of units a month. We'd like to get into at least hundreds of units a month. And so part of that is just having the means of production so that we can increase our volume of products so that we can sell more and move into more wholesale. We've been doing lots of retail just because of the margins have been super helpful to us, and it's allowed us to learn about the marketing of our products and the pitching, particularly things like the hemp coffee, which are somewhat new products. Coffee's not new, hemp coffee's new. And so we're trying to forge our way into those markets and really try to be leaders in products we think are coming, like hemp coffee.
Now, do you have, sorry, just a follow-up question. What's your throughput, or how much biomass or how much hemp are you bringing in now to kind of produce?
We're a boutique hempery, so we do about 60 acres or so a year ourselves, like through our specific plots. We also work with a couple other farmers doing a couple hundred more acres than that. So you could say we work with a few hundred acres. We're expecting there to be thousands of acres of hemp grown in Alberta. There already is, but we expect that number to grow. So part of our strategy is to be able to work with farmers who are growing it by the hundreds of acre and helping them to do stuff with the seed, because right now there are lots of farmers that have tried it, either because they're chasing the big CBD dollars that can be available if you grow certain varieties in certain ways, or they've just kind of given up on canola or trying something else instead of hay. And there's been mixed results. A lot of people have grown good stuff and have nowhere to sell it, or no way to press it or dehull it or upvalue it in other ways. And so part of what we want to do is build out our facility so those farmers can work with us in a cooperative way to upvalue their products and make a living off growing hemp, so they don't just become a bad story at the pub about how I tried it once,
Yeah.
Right, guys. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to jump in there. We're at the top of the hour. Thank you for the good conversation. Thank you for the presentation, Luke.
Thank you, guys. And if anybody wants to chat more with me or my partners, just contact us via email. I trust that'll be on the link, and I look forward to seeing the YouTube video a little bit later after today's day.
Sounds great.
Thank
Thanks.
you again. Appreciate the opportunity, and namaste.
Take care. All right, I still have Luke's presentation up here, but we're going to switch screens. We're going to move on to Gavin here soon.
Hi, Mike. Hi, everyone. You hear me?
Hi, Gavin. Yes.
Okay. So I start a video. Okay. So, okay. Can you see my PowerPoint now? Or?
Not yet.
Oh, so I should I share video, or I can see myself? Oh, share.
Share at the bottom.
Okay. Got it. Share.
That's good.
Excellent.
And then full screen.
Okay. Okay. You see this?
Perfect.
Okay. Okay. Hi, Michael. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity for us to introduce our recent presentations and results. Okay. So today I would like to talk about ongoing project in the lab. We spent quite several years to develop canola oil enriched with ponicic acid. Okay. So first things, what is ponicic acid? Basically, ponicic acid is a major fatty acid in the seed oil of pomegranate seed. We know we generally eat pomegranate fruits, but its seeds contains like 70 to 80% of special oil and rich of conjugated fatty acid, ponicic acid. So as shown here, there's a structure. I will not go in detail about this, but basically, if you look at these three double bonds, there's a double bond, single bond, double bond, single bond, double bonds. For this kind of structure, it makes this ponicic acid very special. Okay. So because of that, actually, this fatty acid, there's recent studies, like if we can see this figure here, it has different kind of special properties like antioxidant, anti-obesity, or anti-diabetes, and even anti-inflammatory activities. So there are research, I got this from a few review papers. There are ongoing research about this. And also for conjugated fatty acid, I don't know if you ever heard of one called CLA, conjugated linoleic acid. That's really, we generally get that from those meat or milk of ruminants. Because actually the animals cannot produce it, but they can absorb it from their face, and bacteria in the stomach can work for them. So those ones, they have a beneficial bioactivity to human beings, and also because as shown in this picture, the double bonds, so it can be used as dry oils, and this is the oil has strong the ponic acid in the oil. It can have strong and antioxidant activity, so it actually should work as good as tongue oil, like for dry oil and other industry applications as well. However, the use of ponic acid itself, it can be, it's not really in the market for broad application for industry or feed or food applications. Yes, there are products on the market, but it's pretty expensive. We checked the price last month because we want to get some for further experiments. And the bulk price, if we buy 200 kilograms, that's the price about 47 Canadian dollars. It needs to be shipped from the United States because of ours, so it's just stop there. Well, the canola oil is pretty cheap. So for that, we think, okay, maybe it's possible to produce this high-value fatty acid in canola. The reason for us to consider canola is because, well, if we want to, first thing, if we want to produce this ponic acid in a large scale, we need a reliable and consistent and cheaper supply. Canola oil is established as healthy, and also for the ponic acid, it can be used directly using food. So, and all the canola, most of the canola, I would say, grow in Canada, US, Australia, or other countries. Even some lines in Europe, they are genetically modified. So it's not difficult for people to accept, okay, we further modify it to produce other fatty acid. And for canola, it's #1 oilseed crop in Canada, and all the farmers and the industry process, they have all the systems set up for canola. So that means a really small market for ponic acid, it would be big. And also for special fatty acid productions in canola, they are like contract based on the farmers can grow them based on contract, etc. We push this because also to push this project in the lab, also inspired by the successful story of a DHA-rich canola. This study has been ongoing for years. And in the past several years, they actually really commercialized, mainly by two companies, two groups of companies. One is led by Keown, another with a new seed from Australia. Or they're branching in the States. So basically the idea is if they grow, they produce DHA-rich canola oil that can be used in aquafeed agriculture, or they also for chicken, for example, if we want to get DHA-rich egg, and it can be used in food as well. And so why I want to compare to those two products, actually there's another reason for it. So the currently commercialized DHA-rich canola line is based on the recent report in Jonathan Naper's lab from the United Kingdom and other reviews. We can see that DHA content in the line is about 10%. So, and what we have in the lab, so when we transform two genes from pomegranate seed to canola, actually it can produce 10% of ponic acid in the seeds. And we have already got this homozygous lines. That means they can be stable if we grow them generation by generation by generation. They can be really stable. So because that, and also I talk with some chemists, they say it's easy for them to use a chemical method to separate and purify ponic acid if the seed oil contains 10% of ponic acid. Can we make it higher? Yes, we can put a few more genes to do it. And actually, we're working on that in the lab. But 10%, if we think about the market and for the commercialization part is high enough to move to the next step, I mean, field trial. So we got this for 10% in the lab, and the next step for this, we would try them in the field to see if it can, they can be stable, right? Okay. For the potential value of this ponic acid, so currently the market merely is for nutritional and cosmetic applications, and that's the reason it's expensive, because market is really, really small. And yeah, it's just like, because the market is small, it's expensive, because expensive, then market smaller. So, okay, and the potential application, they can be used in food and food industry, like for agriculture or chicken or the other phase, and also for food additives to it. Because for example, now in the formulas, most of the DHA, actually they are almost all the DHA added to the formulas and the milk powders, they are from microbiology or fermentation, where I work for my PhD about. So, and so this product, it can be used in food and feed industry. Also the oleochemical industry, like to compete with the tall oil, and also other applications to produce resin or produce a special bioplastics, etc. Okay, and also we estimate the potential market. We basically based on the conjugated linoleic acid. That's one, there are quite some study about it. Actually, the ponic acid, the antioxidant, it has one more double bond than this conjugated linoleic acid. It's better in the antioxidant properties. And also for the oil long-chain fatty acids like DHA, and they are from fish or sources benchmarks, and also the recent developed DHA-rich canola. So we estimate the value of market would be a range of like 200 million to about 2 billion, 1.7 billion. That's just an estimation. Okay. For the research, for the position of our research in the market, basically, I got this when I answered the questions, online form questions, when Mark shared with me. So as far as I know, there's no other labs that work on this ponic acid for now with this high amount of ponic acid, 10%. I know a lab in Germany, they work on this, like, and also another lab in Japan, they worked on this project like 10 or 15 years ago. They are all containing like 1 to 3%. Okay. For the IP thing, I would say the seeds which can produce 10% ponic acid, that's the IP. And because I work for the University of Alberta, I believe the IP belongs to the university, although I can be an inventor on that. For competition, as far as I know, there's no other researchers really works a lot on this, because I'm pretty active in this plant lipid biotechnology society, and also I don't think any labs make it that high. For the business strategy, a very short one. So what I need for now is a field trial for these canola lines. That would take us 3 years. So we need 1 year to enrich the seeds. Basically, we need to grow the plants in greenhouse to get enough seeds, and then we grow them for 2 years. We want to do field trial for 2 years in two locations. So basically, we will get a full set of data, and those ones. So that will take 2 years. As for, I think I believe I can deliver that if we get funding for that. The reason is we have done field trial canola lines of other species in the past, and we have the team to do it. And we have reached a postdoc with a rich experience on this, and I have some experience on this as well. We have all the infrastructure equipment to do the oil analysis and the evaluation of the canola. We just work on this for quite some years. For freedom to operate, because we generate these lines by ourselves, it should be free to operate. However, that's one thing. So when we generate these lines, we use this DH12075 canola line to do it. And that line belongs to Agriculture, Agri-Food Canada. So that's part. But it should be totally fine to do field trial for research. But for the next step, like if we found this canola lines pretty good, and we want to integrate those properties into commercial canola lines, like those with the current grown ones. So we want to integrate that while crossing or breeding steps to that. So if we don't use this DH line as a commercial, DH line is not a commercial canola line for the farmers. So if we can transfer those to the commercial lines, so it should be fine. That means we will not even have an IP issue with these DH lines. And for the scale up, that will, of course, that will take like 5 years to get rid of from commercial line one. And also, once you get a canola line, you need to apply for this approval in Canada, in the US. It probably would take 1 to 2 years. For the value capture investors, basically.
Gavin, yeah. Sorry if I might. Great presentation, but I just want to let you know we have about 5 minutes left. If we want to leave time for questions, we'll have to wrap it up fairly quickly.
Yeah, it's just like these 2 slides.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, so for the value capture for investors, basically University of Alberta Research Service Office will take care of it. And that's a royalty or others, that's a negotiation. That's beyond my ability to do that. For the budget is for 3-year field trial, I make a calculation of that, like personnel supplies, field trial, and overhead of the university. Total sum up is 408K. And of course, because here for the next step here, this part, we actually don't have to do it by ourselves. If we get the IP, we can work with companies to do that, or IP authorization. So basically, if the field trial works is good and the company is interested in that, we actually can earn benefit from it. So this is my contribution. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Gavin. I'm going to turn it over to the group for questions, but before we do, I'll just make a quick comment. Having worked in the IP space at the University of Alberta, I just noted that you said the university owns your IP. The university may own your IP. The patent policy states that inventors own their IP unless there's an agreement, typically a funding agreement to the contrary. So something you can look into, certainly not making a definitive comment there, but something you can consider. Another question I have very quickly is, would you be looking to license out the new varieties? Would you be looking to potentially start a company?
For me to start a company by myself?
Yeah, you or your group of students, researchers who are involved, would you be interested in a new company, or would it be more of a licensing deal to an existing company, maybe like a canola company, a seed company?
For me, I never think about starting up a company for now, especially before I get a tenured. I will submit my tenure package this month actually. And after that, yes, I would think about that. But really, I have no experience about that, so it'd be a learning curve for me as well.
Okay, fine. Now going to Kim. Kim left a question. Kim, do you want to chat? Sorry, not sure if Kim's.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So there's a Green STEM program that you might be eligible for, and it provides you with 2 years of funding if you're part of the U of A, and it gives you free space and everything. So that actually matches quite a bit of what you were looking for, your budget. So they just closed the intake last month, but they're doing a new one next year.
So what's the funding name?
Green STEM.
Green STEM.
I just sent you a link on the text group text chat.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you.
I can also introduce you. I'm wondering, have you had NSERC I2I funding or other grants to help with commercialization?
NSERC funding for that alliance?
Yeah, I2I for doing the idea to innovation. You're looking to support a postdoc, I guess, for a couple of years, and that might be another mechanism.
Yeah, the thing I think about that. The challenging part for me is for the answer part. They need the company's input to it, like 30%, 33% of the investment, and then they can match 60%. Yeah, that's a challenging part for me. So that means if yes, definitely if there's investment from companies or partners, yes, we can leverage with the answer. I work on other proposals for that, or even the province are working with, they may interest in that as long as companies interest in that.
So Keaton, sorry, Gavin, if you if we're talking about the I2I, I think there's an I2I phase 1 last time I looked at it where you wouldn't need to do matching. It's called the phase 1 and is for commercialization. I'm not sure it would be specifically applicable to this kind of life sciences opportunity, but it may be something to double check.
Yeah, I will double check, but yeah, I check that phase 1. It's pretty challenging, and the success rate is super low if we cannot get a partner on it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we just had one phase 1, and I'm happy to share that with you, Gavin. It really is good money. Yeah, and they now give you 1.5 years to spend phase 1 money, so that would help.
That would be fantastic. Yeah, we work on this project for since Randy is here. When I was postdoc here, we work on this, and it's pretty several years of it. Really want to move it forward. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very interesting research. Thank you. All right. Appreciate it, Gavin. And folks can get in touch with you directly if they have any further questions or suggestions. And with that, we're going to move on to Keenan from Token Naturals.
Thank you, Michael. Also, I met David Stout as well. Yeah, I will discuss with him. Thank you very much. Bye.
All right, we're going to switch over to Keenan here. And I am still seeing Gavin's.
Keaton, we can't see you yet. I've unmuted your 3 accounts, so not sure which one is the right Keaton.
I'll try to get out of one of them. I'll mute.
Very good.
Well, there's Chad, not Keenan, but can you see Keenan as well?
No, they've all got your name, so you've been cloned.
I guess so.
I can unmute them if you wish, but there was a bit of feedback.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure why it's showing just my video instead of Keenan's view as well, or Keenan's face. There we go. There he is. And then unmute yourself, my friend. Yeah, there we go.
There's still feedback, or we good?
No, that's good.
Okay. I still have Gavin's screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I still have Gavin's presentation up as well.
Okay. I'll hold up.
Okay, you should be up now. We can see you.
Perfect. All right. I'll share my screen.
We can see it. Great.
Perfect. All right, guys. Thanks for taking the time to listen to our presentation today. So my name is Keaton Pascal. I'm the CEO of Token Naturals. I also have our facility director, Chad, here on the call to take some of the more technical questions. So over the next 10 minutes, what I want to do is tell you the story of Token identified an opportunity in the market and combined it with an innovative process. So really to start the story, we've got to go back to 2016. I just finished an MBA at UBC, and I've looked at, it was essentially me, an ex-banker, a chemical engineer, and a bar owner. Kind of sounds like the beginning of a bad joke. But what we were looking to do is create a cannabis beverage. So we were like, I think there's going to be a market for here. We kind of checked all the MBA boxes. We got our seed money. We identified the product, the market that we were going to look to. We even had some willing test subject guinea pigs from our class from the last 2 semesters. And we designed a product. So in 2016, we started to look across Canada for a manufacturer. And we quickly realized that there was no manufacturing really focused on the cannabis space yet. So now we fast forward to, let me see my screen. Okay. Fast forward to 2020, and the cannabis industry really hasn't filled that gap yet. So we still have the growers, which are, there's 244 grow licenses, and then there's 803 retail licenses. So these are dispensaries. And interestingly enough, 400 of these stores are in Alberta. Currently, the cannabis industry has 6 fully licensed extractors. So essentially what these extractors can do is they can buy the flower from the growers, they can manufacture a consumer packaged good, and they can put it on the shelves of dispensaries. So right now, that gap is still quite prevalent. And when we look at more mature markets, so what we did is we looked at California and Colorado, which had recreational cannabis legalized for longer, we see the growth is heavily weighted in extracts. So an extract essentially is an edible, a topical, a beverage, oil, vape pens. So what happens over time is flower kind of plateaus and extractions grow through innovation, manufacturing, and new products. One reason for this is the market demand that you see from new entrants. So people are usually looking for a more innovative product. One prime example of this is literally yesterday, I went and bought my 65-year-old parents some CBD oil that they would take in capsule form that they use before bed. There's no way I could see my 2 parents smoking a joint together before bed, but extraction and that manufacturing space presents that opportunity in the market for them. Now, when we take this one step larger and we look at the global market, so analysis have predicted that by 2025, the future value of the extract market will be $272 billion. So keep in mind, we're in the very beginning of an industry where Canada is the second or the first country after Uruguay to legalize federally. So you still have all the US, Asia, Europe, the emerging markets. At some point in time, these companies or these countries have to establish some kind of cannabis regulatory framework over some period of time. And now that we're in Alberta, what we like to do is always identify it with oil. So different type of oil, but at today's prices, a barrel of cannabis crude oil would sell for $5.5 million. And our facility can produce $120 million of cannabis extracts annually. So kind of jumping back into the story, what happens is we realize we're going to have to be our own manufacturers and build that system for ourselves here in Alberta. So in October 2017, we apply for our license, which is a robust application, and we decide to kind of sit on the license and learn from the market. So we identify that in 2018, it's really the legalization of flower, that's the focus. 2019 is when you're going to see these 2.0 products, which are the extractions, and that's what we're kind of targeting. So really over the next 2 years, we work on our facility design and our process system. So currently, our facility design and the system we designed has the power to extract products at higher margins and a higher efficiency. So our lab is currently under construction here in Edmonton off the Yellowhead 127th, and we'll secure the license to produce within 2020. Another competitive advantage that Token created was when we were kind of still being that lean startup, literally kind of coming out of my garage, is we created a manufacturing and distribution experience with a comparable industry. So we turned to liquor, still adult focused, and we created Token Bitters. So Token Bitters is like what you'd add to a cocktail like old fashioned. And within a year, with the local support from the community, the city of Edmonton, the Alberta government, and the federal government, we expanded that to the largest bitters company in Alberta. We now sell across Canada. And last year, we started exporting our bitters to Japan. So the extraction technology of bitters is the same thing. It's still ethanol extraction, just on a much simpler form. So now diving into the technology. So Token has created a proprietary continuous throughput cryoethanol system. The nuts and bolts of it is in a 10-hour workday. Our system can create 8 batches when the more established, or not more established, but the current older system of CO2 can do 2 to 3 batches. So what sparked us on this is still in 2018, we're pitching a VC with a heavy engineering background. And what they were talking about was they identified for us, because we were originally looking at using CO2 in our facility, that CO2 is creating a lot of problems with yields, bottlenecks. They're not getting the basic efficiency they're expecting, and everybody is using it. So they really challenged us to go back and find some solutions to this problem. So what we ended up doing was actually even just sitting in their boardroom, we picked up the phone and we started calling our oil and gas contacts and went through about 5 processing engineering firms through tender process, found a firm we wanted to work with. And for the next year, we worked with this facility, or this process engineering company, where we own the IP and we work together to design a new system in the cannabis space. So what this system does, it increases production capacity by over 300%. It eliminates the downtime between processing steps by 60%. It increases the cannabis yield with equivalent input material. So if you give the same bud or flower and you put it through a CO2 machine and our machine, we're having better, more of the good stuff at the end for us. And this is the first fully designed and professionally engineered stamped continuous extraction system in Canada. So we finished that about 4 or 5 months ago. So usually some people, or what happens right now is people ask me, why doesn't everybody go from CO2 to ethanol? So in the past, there's really 3 reasons for this. First, in the past, the regulatory framework didn't allow for solvent extractions. So since the regulatory system has kind of changed, and they now have opened the door to ethanol. Number 2, CO2 was a turnkey, basically plug and play system that was buying it off the shelf and you were good to go. And this was really attractive in the cannabis market because, as if you don't know, but the cannabis industry was really fast paced at the last 2 years, and that's definitely kind of had a correction. And what you're seeing is a lot of vendors increase the price of their CO2 machines, and a lot of capital was sunk already into CO2 by the early movers. And probably the third and most important point why the ethanol versus CO2 is the ethanol extraction system has to be kind of designed at the forefront of your facility. It can't be an afterthought because of the heavy building codes and fire resistance and safety. So it's really capital intensive for someone who already invested a lot of money into CO2 to go and switch into ethanol. So that was a great point for us, kind of watching and learning and touring dispensaries, or touring other manufacturers and learning what was working and what wasn't working. So our lean model and coming in second helped us a lot there. So what this means at the end of the day is really an opportunity for some great revenue to come through 3 different streams. So first we have the extraction and refinement. We have the private label products, so really the manufacturing, and then our own consumer brands. So in the first phase, we're going to be focusing on the private label and the consumer brand manufacturing. So that would do about $5 million a year. And what that will be able to, or what it looks like, is us buying the distillate and crude oil from the current market, putting it into our products, and then selling it through our licensed dispensaries. Now in year 2 and 3, when the full extraction system is up and running, we get to take just the flower. So we get to take that gap of all the margins and put it into our portfolio in terms of our own product and pass those margins down to our consumers and our B2B partners. And third, now we can take tolling agreements. So we can take the extraction from a grower, we can extract it and give it back to them at a better quality product at a better price than the current market situations. So in year 2, 3, we're looking at $20 to $30 million a year. So as we kind of identified with the capacity being 120, we're really looking at, by the 3rd year, we're only running our capacity at 1/3 of the facility because we've designed it to expand into that global market over the next couple of years without having to do a huge revamp of our capacity. So really kind of what we reached out to this group and why we thought this network was really interesting and important was 3 points of what we're currently looking for. So currently we've raised $2.3 million. We're looking to raise the last $700,000 in our Series A to obtain this final first license. But more importantly is kind of the point 2 and 3 where we're looking for human resources support to, so our team currently is 10, but we're thinking we're going to need at least 20 and 30 by the 2nd year. And so it's really planning and strategy support of how to grow the team, bring jobs into Alberta and kind of solidify the company that way. And then working on patenting and scaling up our technology. So we're looking for just partnerships and kind of guidance around that. And that really is the presentation. So for the next 10 minutes, me and Chad are here for questions and we can dive into it and go from there.
Much appreciated, Keenan. Any questions from the group? Where's our hemp and cannabis folks? Not putting anyone on the spot.
I'm just wondering about the extraction of the key metabolites, secondary metabolites that you're looking for, because presumably ethanol is fairly effective, but it might not capture them all. They're pretty hydrophobic. Have you quantitated the comparison between CO2 versus ethanol or methanol or the various options out there?
Yeah, so we're going through that process as we speak right now with our process engineers and our internal R&D team. So we've currently have a experimental design process where we're evaluating both solvents from that perspective. So yeah, that is something we're very much focused on when it comes to getting the highest yields and what we're really trying to target. Ethanol specifically is really good in the way that being a polar solvent, especially when you look at cannabis as a biomass, all of the real compounds that we're trying to find are on that exterior of the plant. So using it as a solvent to wash over very gently without going into the actual plant material is very advantageous, and that's why we've gone down the road with ethanol. So yeah, that is definitely on our radar currently.
How are you quantitating? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
From my side, I was just wondering, you talk about proprietary technology, patentable IP. Are all the inventors within the team, or do you have partnerships where you have inventors outside the team and there's an intellectual property agreement that may be needed?
Yeah, so we have we have primarily within the team, and then we do have a third-party contractor who is our consultants in the process engineering design. However, we do have established in that agreement that all IP is generated through their design is that of tokens. So we do, through our primary engineering agreement, have that IP established as tokens.
Thank you.
Just wondering if the universities are helping with access to facilities, mass spec or NMR to quantitate or profile the key ingredients you're looking to keep in the solution.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So currently at this time, we are dealing with some NRC and IRAP, specifically engaging with the U of A or other universities for some analytics is where we would like to make some contacts in. But as a side, we have engaged with one of the private labs here in Edmonton who has been doing a lot of the testing for years. Both in the private market space back when the ACMPR was underway, and then now in the legal framework. And those guys are Keystone Analytics, so very well reputable guys here in Edmonton. So we are doing some of that analytics that we can't handle in-house. So Token Naturals as a whole does realize the need for our analytics science. And as a part of our phase 1 build out of our facility, we will have some integrated in-house testing specifically around cannabinoids, and then light spectrometry to look at the final products and what constituents are making up our formulations, which is really important.
We have a question from Colin. Colin, over to you.
Thanks, Darrell. Hey guys, nice beard you got going there, Keenan.
Oh, I know, my COVID beard's getting serious. I have a shaved head and like, yeah.
Here, I'll take my video off. Hold on a second here. Yeah, mine doesn't grow anywhere near as thick. So, yeah, you guys are doing great presentation, looking really good. Obviously, we're around to talk more if you want to, but maybe I missed it in there. But what are you looking at for giving up for the investment that you're looking for?
So right now it's about 7% for so we did a pre-money valuation of 2 million, or I'm sorry, 8 million, and then it's currently 35 cents, so it'll be about 7% for that last 700,000.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you.
All right.
People have reported having a hard time raising money in this sector. Has that been difficult, or do you have to find kind of specialty funds, or?
For the most part, like actually the founder group had put in, we put in 1.3 of our own money, and then we actually purchased the building that our facility is going in. So we've been using more high net worth, like private individuals. So we've had a couple recent firms just put, here's 200,000, 250. Like last month we raised 200. I think this month we'll do about 300. Overall, like the market, what we're really finding now are people, it's not that, hey, you're a cannabis company, here's cash. It's really, you're getting those smarter investors that wanted to watch the kind of bubble crash and then pick the winners after that. So I'm finding the conversations we're having are a lot more in depth. It's like, what's your critical path to revenue? Let me see your business plan. Let me touch and feel your building. It's not just here's an idea. So I think it's actually better for the market overall because it's smarter investment coming in. It's not just people tossing cash at every idea that comes to the table. So I think we're finding strategic partnership now, and it's still difficult, but it's the faucet hasn't completely turned off.
Yeah, I think it's actually to your point, Keenan. I think that's exactly right. I mean, we're seeing, you know, some of the markets that are actually being buoyant is obviously alcohol and cannabis. So, you know, in this time, you know, I probably bought more beer in the last month or so than I have in a long time. So,
yeah, it's interesting. Our bitters company did the best year of our best month of online sales last month.
Yeah, and really good quality investments are good quality investments, and so there's still money being enabled out there. It's just a matter of finding good quality investments, and what you guys have done gives you a great track record. Your clean, you know, clear path forward is obviously a good investment as well. So great work, you're doing awesome.
It's a great note to wrap up on, Colin. Thank you. And thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. Wonderful presentation. Fortunately, we're going to have to move on here, but I know the folks on the line can reach out to you directly if they like.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Bye for now.
All right. I believe we're moving on to Alfred. We're going to change topics a little bit. We're going to Alfred at Polar Genetics.
Hi, good afternoon.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I don't know whether you're seeing me at all. I don't see that my camera is working.
Yeah, Alfred, I'm going to try and show your slides for you. So
Sure.
This might take a second here while we get this set up, so bear with me. I'm going to just share my screen, and then if you can just say next, and then I will, let me see here. Let me just share my screen. I think I'm ready to go. I'll advance for you, just say next or back. And then we should be good.
Okay.
Feel free to yourself and just about there. I'm not sure if you can see.
I'm seeing it here.
Well, you can see my screen now?
Yeah.
I can see it, Michael. I just need large screen.
Great. Okay, go for it, Alfred.
Okay. I need to go one back if you don't mind. Or two back even. One there. Okay, Alfred Wall. I'm president of Polar Genetics 2012 Inc. in Leduc, Alberta. I've been working with India and in India since 2006. So have put quite a bit of energy into getting something organized as a trading company, looking to sell semen, frozen semen, as well as live pigs. Live pigs haven't been available until March of 2017, but between the India elections and now this COVID lockdown, there's just not enough activity to get things organized for getting things done. Just part of the information that I've sent is also a business summary and a unique value proposition that may be available for posting. I'm not sure, Michael, to make this work. Okay, next, please.
I'll share those with the advisors, Alfred.
Sure, yeah, you bet, yeah. Okay. I've been working with the national government, with the Department of Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries for all these number of years, as well as with any number of state government officials trying to get things organized to either have the state buy animals or to allow private individuals to purchase animals for us. So I'm recognizable in those areas, and just trying to get things organized for the purpose. something that there's a number of programs in place, but the newest one is this 90% subsidy on purchase and operating small ruminants, which in this case includes pigs. So always looking to do something better for the industry, and where there's a lot of interest. In my case, in Telangana, but in other states as well. South India is probably better organized than North India or Northeast India. So we're trying to get organized in the best place we can, and that would be near Hyderabad. Okay, next.
Michael, we've gone to the shrunken screen as well. Maybe just enlarge it again. Looks good.
Okay, so pig farms can be built on small acreages. Just back one, Michael, if you don't mind. Can be built on small acreage on small acreages, and where these can be put into confinement systems, and where it is that I think going the wrong way. Need to go back. Where it is there on the bottom line, where there's been a mandate, if that's the case, to from the central government to double farmers' incomes, and especially to have net earnings of 10,000 rupees a month. So that's about $200. And under the circumstances, that could easily be done by producing 5 pigs per month from any of those small holdings. But that's a different program than I'm looking at next. Okay, so whether or not we can get any pigs to India by August, I'm not sure. Depends on when it is that this lockdown comes off in order to be able to get the import permit for this. So I'm licensed as an importer in Polar Canadian Swine LLP, and can manage to work as well with an associate in WMMC India, Mr. Rakesh Banga. He has experience in importing into India. Next. Pigs can fly, hopefully, on Air Canada Flight 42 from Toronto to New Delhi, and quarantine facilities are there. And as many as 60 pigs could fit on a double-deck pallet, because they'd be just going as freight rather than being part of a charter flight. Serology is required by the Ministry of Agriculture, which would be similar to the testing that needs to be done on farm by CFIA. Okay, next. So management support can come through Polar Canadian Swine LLP as well as Polar Genetics Canada, looking to make improvements to productivity and production parameters, performance parameters as well, by making at least quarterly visits to India over a minimum of a 3-week period. The performance can be recognized and measured in the Canadian Centre for Swine Improvement eFarm program to get the information. As well, there's a skills development program that I have for teaching detailed day activities to farm staff. And under the circumstances, I'm hoping that Kausalya Agro Farms would be and should be recognized as a center of excellence for Telangana state. And in that case would get perhaps some state recognition for the activities that we'd be looking to conduct there on the farm. Next. Okay, so here's some of the costs. 60 pigs in Canada would cost $40,000. Delivery would be $23,000. There's a duty that's required. It's only 5.5% rather than 35.5% on any other kinds of products. Quarantine cost could be $15,000. Take $3,000 to get them from New Delhi down to Chitiala in Telangana farm. The startup feed cost wouldn't be more than $30,000, and the lease agreement that I have with the farm would be $6,000 a month for $72,000, and some labor that would be associated with the farming aspect of some $24,000 for a total of $208,000 that this particular initial investment would represent. Okay, next. I'm looking for $150,000 to get this project organized and offering 150 Class E voting shares in Polar Genetics 2012 Inc. The value there would be $1,000 each for those shares. So it's not a matter of looking for any kind of a majority shareholding. And that the repayment in full by 2025 is possible. I've just been noticing that on some of the questionnaire, is there any scalability to this? Well, I expect that there really would be, because each of the states in India has a large population, and so the scope of initiating nucleus unit of 150 sows, along with 1,000 sows in multiplication, that the resulting females could support 10,000 commercial sows in production that would produce 200,000 pigs per year. And with that kind of an interest in having grain-fed pigs rather than hotel waste, rather than feeding garbage, that the value of those animals should be looked for by any processors that would be looking to produce their own meat products. Next. Okay, in terms of the early returns, the first boar's excess to the project would be 150,000, sorry, 150,000, 150 boars would be available from the first breedings, and then ongoingly that annual boar sales would total 375,000 at a minimum. And gilts, then purebred gilts to the multipliers would be 200,000. So there's a good scope for this. This is a minimized kind of amount for the purpose, because I don't want to be that optimistic, but the introduction of high performance purebred pigs would be a huge demand from local farmers or local breeders, and so the returns could be substantially higher than what this represents. Next. Okay, so this the farm at Chitiala will house 150 sows, of which 50 each of Yorkshire Landrace and Duroc, because we need the white sows for the multiplier unit production for the F1 females. That would be white colored, and then they can be bred to Duroc boars, then another 50 sows, Duroc boars, particularly in order to provide the three-way cross program for the system of commercial pigs, commercial slaughter pigs. We'll be looking easily at 22 pigs per sow per year, and looking at high performance. So in this case, because these animals are here, any suitable, but still, I would expect that because we can get such high quality animals in Ontario, particularly from the breeding farms, that all animals would be eligible for breeding and as breeding stock, and including cull animals, the larger sows and boars that are no longer required for the nucleus, because we're always looking for new genetics, that the initial sows could be crossbred for sales to some small farmers. Okay. Okay, so Modern piggery is pretty critical to India's increase in pig production and supported by the superior genetics imported from Canada. So high productivity on these animals, and there'll be a slide coming up, low feed conversion so as to be more economical than others, and an opportunity, in this case, feeding balanced rations to the sows and pigs. And I've already exported some premixes from Grand Valley Fortifiers in Ontario. I've sent one load there, and the balance is being utilized just now, even as we speak. Okay, next. So trained staff would be there, and that's where this skills development program comes in to do India training. But there should be some likelihood that we could train managers, if that's the case, pig farm breeders at Prairie Swine Center in Saskatoon. And overall, looking at hygienic slaughter, and this is being produced in India now, that there's a requirement to get away from the roadside slaughter, and even though they might want to eat hot pork, it's still a matter that there's got to be some kind of hygienic further processing for all of this. Okay. Next. There's the various components. I'll run through this pretty quickly. Okay. Next.
Yeah, sorry, Alfred. We're going to have to wrap up fairly quickly if we want questions.
All right. Okay. Well, then here's the things that we'd be looking at for making improvements to the pigs in India. Okay. All right. Thanks. Any questions then? Here's the difference between Canada and India. We're producing 29 pigs per sow per year, whereas in India it's barely 15. Okay.
Maybe, Alfred, if I could jump into some questions.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah,
Please.
Thanks for the presentation. Very thorough. I appreciate the business model. It sounds very interesting. I'm just wondering, I got a couple of questions off the top of my head. What are the odds that you get held up in quarantine and you don't pass quarantine? I suppose there's always a risk. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, yes, there is. But I know they're not Canadian pigs, but pigs from UK have gone through the quarantine system in Delhi in recent weeks, but it's been months now, and they've come back negative. So I don't, and have been offered for release. So I'm not too bothered with that. If CFIA is approving the pigs here, it seems unlikely that they'll catch anything going there, and it's unlikely that they'll find anything in the serology that is sent for testing in India.
Okay.
And failing that, then the pigs will still be insured through quarantine.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. Another question is, you'll see in some of the, not in some, in all of the surveys, we talk about intellectual property protection, but really we're talking about, can you create an unfair advantage for your business model? And your advantage, of course, is your access to genetics and the linkages you have in India. What is the likelihood that you, working with your network, could come back to Canada and develop their own networks, and once you prove the model and manage the risk and prove that it's viable, then the connections come in from India or otherwise from Canada and kind of short circuit you?
Well, that's a good question, Darrell, because under the circumstances, these will be the first privately owned pigs then for India. So there'll be a big head start. And as I mentioned initially, that I'm pretty well recognized in India. I've been promoting modern pig production during all of this time. So it may be that others will be able to take this on. And certainly there are breeders already on some modest scale, I'm going to call it, in India. But these new pigs, these modern pigs, purebred, with all of the aspects that go with it, would certainly make for being first by a long way.
Okay, thank you. Now I have a request. If you could show, and maybe this is to you, Michael, show the slide having share purchasing or referring to share purchasing.
Can you see the slide?
Yes.
And
Yes.
just need to.
It'll be back from that by quite a bit.
Just let me know when I get the right one.
It's the ask one. There.
There. Yeah. Okay. All right. I got that message privately to take a look at this, but if anyone wants to jump in and ask any questions from the audience, I certainly invite that right now. Otherwise, we're gonna have to wrap up fairly quickly here. And while we're waiting for anyone to jump in, of course, Alfred, you welcome any comments and thoughts, suggestions offline as well, I know.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Anyone who's showing any interest in taking this on.
Good. All right. I'm not hearing any more questions. Going once, going twice. Alfred, I appreciate I appreciate the presentation. I think it's an interesting model, and looking forward to further developments.
Thanks very much. Good.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much. Bye-bye. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you very much.
All right. We are moving on to Aaron with Canadian Rockies Hemp. Back to the hemp. This is good.
There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Hi, Aaron. You bet.
Excellent. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm just going to upload this here into my screen. Can you guys currently see my screen, or is it just my video at the current time?
I just see your camera, so I don't see your screen yet.
Okay, 1 second. Where is it here? Screen, is it down to this? Oh, sorry, this is, I usually use the WebEx. This is kind of our first one.
No problem.
Using the share screen. Where is this share screen? Here we go, share screen. Oh, WebEx meeting. Oh, it's taking me through different things. Sorry, I apologize here. Can you direct me through this somehow? I seem to have two of the things open on my
I think we
computer.
have a couple of options, and I'm going to turn to Michael to put Michael on the spot. But one is you could send it to Michael, or if Michael has it, he could post it. That's kind of plan B. Share screen, I think it's typically at the bottom. If you drag your arrow to the bottom, you'll see a couple of prompts highlighted. And then once you get the share, click on the share screen, you're going to see all the screens you have open on your computer. You have to pick the right
There
one.
we go. I think I'm getting there.
Good. Yeah, it's starting.
All right, excellent.
Give it a second. Or we'll give it a second because we still it's just loading.
And don't forget to enter the full screen mode.
Yeah, right there we go.
It's taking a little longer than usual. There's still a black screen.
Yeah, should have been on my end as well too. Here, let me slideshow. Yeah, it still says loading. Oh. My whole screen just went blank.
It's one of those days. It's all right. It happens to all of us. Sorry, Michael. You're getting a lot of feedback for some reason.
Sorry, full technical difficulties. Computer is gone blank. This is awesome.
That's all right. So
I'm going to just share my screen here.
Yeah, that's great, Michael. Thank you.
There we go. Hold on. Let's boot back up. Oh, my goodness. There we go. Full freeze mode. Good old Microsoft, eh? Sometimes. Start slideshow. All right. How's that? We in business?
Go ahead, Michael.
I don't see your screen yet. Should I show mine now?
You're sharing screen.
I'm going to share my screen. Can you see the slides yet?
I can't see the slides, Michael.
We still see Aaron's screen is trying to share still. You'd have to stop it.
Yeah, it's a really big file you've got there, Aaron.
Is that why?
I don't know. It may be just having a hard time loading up. I have a smaller version as a PDF that I could also try.
Maybe Aaron, if you can stop it on your end. I'm not sure what kind of prompts you're getting on your end, but if you could stop it on your end, we might be able to try to work it through Michael's side. Michael, are you still there? I just want to test the audio.
Yep, I am.
Okay. And Aaron, are you still there?
Yeah, just let another Aaron in.
Okay.
I'm going to stop Aaron sharing one more time and try and share mine. Apologies for the technical difficulty here.
Not bad for getting through several hours this far without problems.
Yeah. Oh, glad I'm the first one. Should I try sharing my screen again now? I kind of re-uploaded Zoom and restarted it.
Sure, go for it.
Okay. You cannot start screen share while the other participant is sharing.
Michael, you might want to kick the other Aaron out.
Oh. Okay, I'm going to kick the other Aaron out. And I'm going to ask you to start your video, your second login.
Okay.
We still have an uninterrupted message saying Aaron Bars started screen sharing, just like when we started.
Some impressive technology Aaron's got going though.
Oh, no kidding. I didn't think my presentation was that high tech. Yeah, it just, yeah, it says it's, there's another participant sharing and I cannot.
There, we came back to the panel view.
Whoa.
And there we have, I believe, Michael's screen. And Michael, if you want to enlarge it.
Okay, I'm going to just expand it to full screen, and then I'll advance based on what you tell me to do.
Yeah, okay. And I've retweaked this thing for the last hour, but this is half of kind of the presentation that we presented to the agricultural ministry a few weeks ago. So we've just kind of taken a blend of a little bit of our financial deck with a blend of kind of public and government information on what we're trying to do in the hemp fiber industry here in Alberta. So we can click to the next slide here and I'll kind of get just right into things. So my name is Aaron Barr. I am the CEO of Canadian Rockies Hemp Corporation. We've been around now for several years, really digging ourselves into the cannabis industry, really though pivoting from what traditional people think of as the cannabis industry. We are on the agricultural side of it for more of the industrial purposes of hemp. So we've built a cultivation package that basically fits into conventional agriculture here in the prairies. So we've combined essentially the worlds of cannabis and broadacre agriculture to really push the industrial uses of hemp fiber, not only in Alberta, but really in North America and tapping into industries that are existing worldwide. So really we're developing not just the business, but a real market here in Alberta. We have a lot of growers and farmers working with us, as well as a lot of different research and from the public and private sectors. So we're really excited about what this industry has to offer, not only as far as from a farmer's point of view, but as far as a manufacturing and consumer point of view. If you want to go to the next slide, please. So the products that we're really trying to push under our business plan are growing hemp for fiber and hurd. So essentially you have a full stalk when the farmer grows hemp, and basically everything below the flower and the seed is underneath the plant. So we want the stalk. So in that stalk is fiber and hurd, and that is essentially the whole business model of what we're trying to extract from the field. So the farmer grows hemp for fiber, just like he would grow it as an annual hay crop. And then we can process those stalks into things like fiber, hurd, and seed and flower. So if you go into the next slide, you'll see really the opportunities that this plant has. So obviously, depending on where you are in the world, all parts of the plant are being used for different things. We have a very good food market for hemp here in Canada, which is where the seed comes from on the top of the plant. You can use it obviously for different oil production, as well as fuel, solvents, as well as also on the food side of things. But that again is not our business. We're just taking essentially the byproduct of that stock and processing it into things for textiles, industrial applications for fiberglass replacements, plastic bottles, such as things that you'll see actually on this next slide here. Actually, there'll be maybe one more, getting later into it. So on the next slide, you'll show really there is amount of products. Actually, if you go to the one that just shows there's like 20 different products on the slide. Might be a few down. Keep going, keep going. Sorry, there we go, that one. So these are the current products that are on the market existing using hemp fiber or hemp hurd. So on the top left, we have products in Europe that are actually using 100% hemp fiber for insulation, and then the hemp OSB replacement to actually make just panel board. Whereas on the right side in North America, you have fiberglass insulation and pulp OSB paneling. Going forward, you have plastic that is now becoming a very big player in the industry for natural fibers. Instead of using synthetic fibers and petroleum products, we can now use natural fibers. So really the amount of products is endless, right from textiles to automotive to carpeting to spill absorbents to growing mediums to feminine hygiene products that a set of ladies at the University of Alberta here are developing. So it's really an awesome opportunity that these few raw materials can be used in such a wide range of different industries. And that's really what we're tapping into. If you want to go back up a few slides, sorry, bouncing around here. So essentially what we did as a company is travel the world to these existing, yeah, here is fine. So this facility here is actually the hemp decortication facility that is in Vegreville at a facility called InnoTech. So the provincial government about 10 years ago put $5 million into this decortication facility to prove concept that hemp is a crop that grows well here. We can process it by a method called decortication. And then there is people out there that want to buy the fiber and the hurd products. So really they went out and purchased this equipment from Europe. So this equipment is actually something from Belgium that's existing in hemp and flax industries over there. And so they proved concept that farmers actually could grow this, they could process it, and then consumers wanted to buy it. So we've essentially taken their concept, their cultivation practices that they developed with farmers, and now commercializing this concept. So last year, we decorticated just over 10,000 acres. So we contracted 13,000 acres around the Edmonton area. And now this year we're expanding to have approximately 60 farmers growing for us. And honestly, the demand couldn't be larger right now. Even in the times of this COVID uncertainty, we have manufacturers of masks that have reached out to us looking for fiber to produce ventilation masks as well as disposable wipes. So hemp fiber can be used in those applications. So we're seeing a lot of market potentials pop up around the board. Our real struggle, if we want to go on to the next slide here. We can just, sorry, I know I only have a few minutes, so I'll just bounce around, just really showing the global demand of hemp increasing around the world. In North America, we've been really behind the times with a lot of things. Countries like France, Germany, Netherlands, China, Poland, Ukraine have been growing and producing and processing hemp for decades. And now really with the push of going more on the eco-friendly side of things, more biodegradable, more plant-based, the demand globally as well as Canadian-wide is increasing for hemp natural fiber products. So we really are following the global trends and just kind of catching up now that hemp is starting to be kind of a broad acre crop here in Alberta. If we go on to the next one. So like I mentioned, we've done really a full in-depth SWOT analysis, traveling to these existing countries, seeing their farming practices, seeing their processing facilities, seeing manufacturers on the other end. They're taking these products and making end products with it, and then purchasing all of this proven technology from around the world and implementing it into our facility. So really, we've gone out and really looked at all the possible angles of this and felt that there's a real opportunity here in Alberta for this market, and from a wide range of things in the SWOT analysis. You can go into that later on. I'll just skim through the rest of it here. Sorry, I know we're a little bit short on time. If we go to the next slide, keep going. So this is one of our big advantages. Actually, go to that last slide there. No, 2 slides back, sorry. Yep, right there. So this is finally an advantage, and it is pure environmental that we have here for production. So we know the US is really coming on board with hemp production. They're looking at putting up decortication facilities to process hemp fiber. The advantage we really have here is our long daylight hours and the lack of crop rotation we have here. So the long daylight hours allow for a crazy amount of biomass production for those farmers. From the seed date to the harvest date is only about 65 days. So it's a very short window, and the amount of biomass that we can grow here in Alberta is second to none anywhere in the world. So the amount of plant growth that we can get for the amount that we have to pay for it, we have just a distinct competitive advantage over all other producers. So we've really tried to make it fit so that the farmers can benefit, we can benefit, and then giving our suppliers a really low cost, stable set of raw materials that can really be integrated into manufacturing across Canada and the US. So really it's nice that somebody can't just come in and build a bigger plant. We have to actually just look at the advantages you have for production around the world, and Alberta has that for growing hemp. So we go on to the next slide. So really that is the missing link of what we're trying to do. Is we know that Alberta has a lot of hemp being grown, and we know that there's a lot of manufacturers out there that need these raw materials, and really the lack for this industry has been in the processing of the raw materials. So Vegreville did a good job of proving that concept. Other facilities around the world have proven this concept for decades. Now it's integrating that here into Alberta. So we've purchased all this technology, and we've been processing now for a few months at our temporary facility as our new facility is built here in Bruderheim. We can go on to the next slide here. I'll show you a few of these pictures of our current facility. So actually of that one, so that's one of our technologies that we bought. This is one of about 50 pieces of equipment that is in our facility. So this is a decorticator from Australia. We have the rights to it in Canada. It's a very unique technology. So it allows us to process both fresh stalks and retted stalks, giving us a wide range of output materials. So we have some really cool IP and technology that we are working on, and as well as patent developments that allow us to do some really cool value added processes, keeping more of these raw materials here in Alberta for manufacturing end products rather than shipping raw materials out around the world. So if we go on to the next one. This is essentially showing the biorefinery model of the opportunities, really what you can generate from just the hemp plant. We're sticking to the stock side of things. You could go down that rabbit hole, but really what we're trying to do is just generate raw materials, build that market before we really get into our own end product development. So there really is endless opportunities here with this. So next slide. We can keep going faster. This just talks about how hemp can be grown on marginal or ruined farmland, and we're actually in the process of developing a carbon sequestering policy for farmers, because hemp sequesters so much carbon, and we can actually generate revenue from that carbon storage. This is actually a product that's really cool that's manufactured here in Alberta from a company called Just Biofiber out of Airdrie. So they take our hurd, which is that woody inner core of the stalk, and turn it into hempcrete blocks, which are used in building materials. unbelievable product. We're actually building a 2,400 square foot building out of our processing facility this summer with this product. So it's such an amazing thing that finally here in Alberta, farmers can grow a crop, we can process it, and we can actually make end products with it all here. And so this is really kind of part about building this industry here locally. We're just tapping into something that's been already in the works for about 10 years. And we really hope to elevate a lot of these manufacturers with raw materials that they've been struggling to get for the last several years. Part of us going forward is actually working with universities, working with associations we're trying to get hemp approved under the National Building Code, which will even push it further ahead as a new product that can be used all over the place rather than just in specialty situations. So there's other companies even in Drayton Valley called Biocomposite Group that's using the hemp fiber for growing mediums, erosion matting, cat litter, spill absorption. The amount of products really are endless. So once there's stable supply of these raw materials, really the market potential is endless. We can just kind of get into the last few slides here. I'll show a few, there's a few slides of our facility. We can move that forward. Just as far as financials kind of go, so we've invested about $6 million into this facility so far, with the land, the development, with equipment, specialty equipment and farm equipment. So we're just in the processes of getting further debt financing for some of the other projects we have coming down the line. But we've really gone out there and just kind of put our money where our mouth is. And unfortunately, a little bit have to put the cart before the horse, so to speak, is we know that this is a new market in Canada. It's something that's never existed here before, but really it's elsewhere in the world, been around for a long time. And to really kind of show that this is something here in Canada, we need to actually show these manufacturers that there is supply of raw materials available. Speaking to companies like Bombardier or Levi's looking for hemp fiber, they need guaranteed spec volumes every week showing up. And if you can't fulfill on those orders, they don't want to even talk to you. So this is where that industry is really going for industrial hemp. It's like a pulp mill. And we're trying to build that on that very same commodity level where hemp is grown as a rotational crop. You bring in your straw to our facility and we make raw materials that are used in goods that are shipped all over the world. So this year, like I mentioned, we are going to be at about 50% capacity with around 20,000, 25,000 acres contracted, which is about 60 growers we have now. So this year, we're going to be around that 50 to 100 employees at our facility, 20 to 50 support workers, also hiring summer students. Actually, 2 of our summer students just started this week, but then also affecting downstream markets to our suppliers. So really this has an opportunity to affect a lot of people here in Alberta, generating jobs, generating new investment, new products that we haven't had here before, which in these days it's a nice light at the end of the tunnel. Going ahead next. So this is an aerial shot of our Bruderheim plant. So we're on 75 acres. Bruderheim is about 40 minutes northeast of Edmonton, just outside the industrial heartland area. So it really is a perfect area for an ag processing facility. We want to be close to farmers. Farmers are hauling thousands of bales to our facility daily. We have a scale on site, so farmers come in, weigh the bales, drop the bales off, go out. And it's, like I mentioned, like a pulp mill. So 75 acres gives us bale storage. We rate on CP rail. We're on highway frontage. CN rail yard is also right there. So this is going to become very much a logistics game. So we really see this being like a grain elevator style, where you're going to set up in rural parts around Alberta and grow production around those facilities. So our goal is to maximize this facility in the next 3 years, and then look to expand either in southern Alberta or northern Alberta for more production, because right now we're beating down people that are looking for product, and we're working extra hours and hiring more people to get product out even in these uncertain times. So it's a good problem to have right now. So we're excited to keep building this market for farmers, building a new market for really manufacturing here in Alberta. And yeah, we're excited to move forward. So sorry for rambling on and making things a little bit quick and the technical difficulties, but thank you everyone for the opportunity.
Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate that. Some really good progress there. Good to see these tangible results and your facility coming up and running at, you say, I think said 50% capacity, but certainly lots of appetite to support farmers going forward. I'm going to go to Colin. Colin has a question. Colin, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Hey, Aaron, how are you? It's
Pretty good, Colin.
I know you know Travis fairly well, so it's I know we're working to get some time together to talk a little deeper. So one of the questions I have, and it's kind of a bigger one. I mean, we all know that we have some of the best quality stuff, quality hemp growing, and the life, you know, the geography, like you said, is perfect. How do we stop from becoming the Betamax of hemp? In other words, really high quality, but we just can't possibly keep up with the volume that the U.S. could put out?
Actually, I think that it's vice versa. I think that the U.S. is working on some really cool technologies, more in the specialty small batch side of things. And because we have those long daylight hours, we're more so in just volume production. So it's just, we get those crazy long stalks. And actually, when you get those really long stalks, obviously you're getting more biomass volume, but the quality of the fiber is actually less. And then it requires more processing to get down to those really fine, soft fibers and more of the like higher end linens. So I honestly think we're going to be more into just the raw production supply side of things compared to the US, just because we have those extra long daylight hours and the cost of our land is so much less than in the US.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I mean, I tend to agree with you. I think the other thing is just making sure that we actually, and I don't know if, I think you're on this, but is really making sure that we promote what we're doing, because we're going to get eaten alive if we don't actually, by the US, just in their capacity and stuff, even in their production so far. We've got to make sure we're promoting it somehow to get it out there.
Absolutely. And that's what we really preach, is this is not just about us trying to do it. This is a whole industry. So we have some really good support actually from Alberta Agriculture, as well as other various institutions. So it is going to be a team effort. We all need to really push for, but you know, unfortunately, there's a lot of people love to talk nowadays, and acting kind of doesn't seem to follow. So that's what we're here. It's like, we can't continue to wait and really kind of have uncertainty. We need to get out there and act and do things. And that's really what we're doing is, I haven't been paid in 6 months. We're hiring summer students. They're driving our vehicles, but we're figuring this out right now. And we're definitely going to get there. And I know that this is going to be something that survives through these tough times here in Alberta and shows really a new industry that has a potential here for the long term.
We'll reach out. We'd like to talk more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Aaron and Colin. Good to hear that entrepreneurial spirit alive and well. Very impressed. I've got a few questions myself, but I think we need to move on. Very impressed by the progress you've made there. I said it before, the capital investment, and like I say, the entrepreneurial spirit. You're not taking a salary right now, or getting paid at some level, per your comment. Really impressed coming from an ag background myself. So I think I'd like to reach out and learn more as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime.
All right.
I just wondering, is there a cooperative in terms of the other people that are developing downstream products to develop higher value products, for example?
There's essentially, we have the Canadian Hemp Trade Association. So that is our national association. And we have a lot of different things that our various committees are working on. And that really is the development of standards, and then which is going to help into the value added downstream industry. Because that is one of the big things that's missing right now is specifics and standards. So if I get a company that's calling me looking for hemp fiber for insulation, I'm like, okay, well, what type of fiber are you looking for? It's like, 3 inches long, about this. There's no standards, and that's kind of what's missing from the industry to really kind of move it forward. So a company like Roxol could be like, I'm calling looking for a fiber with length standard 3 with this standard 4, and then this is what you need. And that, therefore, each time you get that, you're going to get that specific spec out of that fiber. And for it to really move forward, it needs that as an industry. So we have a lot of skilled, expert people that are working on this. And it's going to just take some time, but no, it's exciting to see that now, really, as far as a provincial level and a federal level, it seems like we have some good backing from our government and from the ag side of things. So it's just going to take time, but we're going to get there.
Excellent.
Great.
All right. Thanks, sir. We're going to move on. Appreciate that update.
Yeah, no problem. You guys can reach out to me. You can visit our website. My contact information is on there as well. We have a lot of information. If anyone's interested, be happy to share it.
Excellent. Thanks so much.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Just hold on for a minute here, because I'm not sure if, is Mark available? He's our next presenter?
He was
Oh,
up.
there.
I didn't see him on the screen.
Okay.
Oh, yes,
great.
there he is. Yes. Hi, Mark.
Okay, thanks again. I can see you now.
Great.
Welcome, Mark. Over to you.
Thank you. So
a quick introduction while Mark's getting set up. Mark is with Siberian Meat,
Yeah.
specifically. So looking forward to your presentation, Mark.
yeah, so are you guys seeing the full screen presentation here now?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Oh, sorry, I am on my end, Michael.
Oh, maybe that's just me. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm not talking about hemp today. I'm not talking about super cool technology. I'm talking about a very simple product that has an opportunity to scale in an environment where there isn't a whole lot of competition actually for this particular unique product. So looking today for industry advisory support, I think what we found is that as we've gone out to market to find equity investors, probably in the angel space, this particular food niche doesn't seem to be well served. So looking for anybody who might know people who like investing in a good, simple, scalable product. And basically what we're looking to do is elevate the company from its grassroots beginnings to a scaled up, more formal operation. So I'm serving in the capacity of a financial and operations advisor on behalf of the owners, Phil and Catherine Sherbakov. So a little bit about the product. So this is a Russian pelmeni, which is a frozen meat dumpling. It's filled with seasoned beef and pork mixture, and it's based on a family recipe that originated from Russia. So this is a 500-gram bag, so a half-kilogram bag that retails for $7.99 before any discounts, and cooks in about 10 minutes. So to put in the context of maybe more familiar products, it's sort of a cross between a pierogi and a Chinese dumpling. So it's got a thicker dough than a typical Chinese dumpling, but it's filled with meat. So it's more a pierogi dough with a very basic, tasty meat filling. Very clean ingredient deck, as you can see. There aren't any mass-produced competitors right now. There's one out east that is producing something similar, but it's more of a traditional pierogi that's got meat in it. So this sort of ethnic Russian-based Siberian meat dumpling is produced by other artisan producers, but nothing currently at scale that we've found. We currently have just the single beef pork SKU, but we'll be expanding to add a chicken-filled SKU as part of this expansion plan that I'll be talking about. And then we're currently producing at the Alberta Food Processing Development Center in Leduc as part of their mezzanine program. We've got a 2-day production run there each month. Currently utilizing modified Chinese dumpling machines. These are not efficient for scaling this operation. So one of the things that is part of this scale-up plan is to get a new piece of equipment that's actually spec-built for making these dumplings. So you can find Siberian meat dumplings at these stores. We're currently in 186 stores across Edmonton, Calgary, and the surrounding areas, and then also we were in co-ops in Saskatoon. So a little bit about the company. So it was founded and is being managed by husband and wife, Phil and Catherine Sherbakov. They started in May of 2016, utilizing part-time contractors for the production runs at the facility, and then also utilizing contractors for in-store tastings. Phil also does in-store tastings in Edmonton, and Catherine does the farmers market here in Edmonton as well. And both Phil and Catherine are deeply involved in the production runs. So I'm involved as a financial and operational advisor. We also have Bob Rhymes as part of the team, and he specializes in seeking and applying for government grants, of which we are eligible for. Funding sources to date, so we've got a community futures loan that came on a couple years ago. We also received the $40,000 COVID relief loan and the remainder has come from family, friends, and contributions from the owners. So operations to date, this is just a graph showing the journey from 2016 through to today. So the pre-production facility, so this is before moving into the processing plant in Leduc. So you can see that production and revenue ramped up significantly. So the production in kilograms, as represented on the right by the blue bars, and then the gross revenue on the left is represented by the yellow line. So the current run rate for the company is $200,000 per year, and the company is profitable. There was a decrease in Q1 as a result of the COVID issue. The farmers market traffic was reduced significantly and the in-store demonstrations were halted. So that accounts for the drop-off there. Up until recently, literally actually up until the last couple months, SMD has been selling everything it makes. It doesn't accumulate a whole bunch of inventory. As of the end of April, as a result of some of the sales slowing down, we've got about 1,900 kilograms in storage at the moment. So we actually will be skipping the May production run in order to move through that inventory. So the expansion plan. So we're looking to formalize the distribution, sales, and marketing. And this is really a two-step plan of the first phase of expansion, which is meant to get the machines into the mezzanine facility and up and running to expand the capacity. In order to do that, and in order to make sure that we're creating the demand and the buzz for the brand out in the marketplace, we do want to go through some consumer marketing research and branding exercises. We need to expand the distribution capacity, utilizing an additional distribution partner to get us into additional stores. And we also want to start to better utilize data analytics to enhance our understanding of the store-by-store product flow. Up until now, we've been looking simply at sales to distributors to really understand our revenue flow, but we want to get down to the scanner data to really understand the flow through to the end customer, which will provide more insight in terms of how we expand. So once we've built that foundation and probably parallel with building that foundation, we want to look to increase capacity from the 1,250 kilograms per day we're doing with the Chinese dumpling machines to 6,000 kilograms per day, which we can do with the spec-built dumpling machines that we're looking to purchase. This will increase the margins from 32% to 50% based on our 2-day production run. And this is simply by being able to better leverage the fixed costs that we incur at the facility. And so the payback on the new machine through those increased gross margins occurs after 3 months. So I've put together our expansion plan costs. So that phase 1A represents that foundation building. So there's the new product development, there's the marketing and brand recognition project, a distribution channel marketing project, and the financial and production analytic development. So this is again sort of building the team, utilizing primarily consultants and advisors, and undertaking specific projects to put this foundation in place. The dumpling machines are $100,000 each landed cost, so we're looking to get 2. So we've got a backup and also one that could fill additional demand, as we go out to market to Costco's and things like that, to be able to demonstrate that we've got the production capacity. There's some additional equipment we'll need to support those new machines, looking for working capital to cover 4 production runs under the new machines. We're looking to upgrade the packaging, so it's more of a stand-up bag as opposed to a bag that lays down flat. Looking to bring on 6 full-time staff to cover in-store demonstrations and farmers markets. So looking to raise some working capital for those wages as well. And then looking to raise capital for the ongoing consulting and professional services to continue to support the business as it scales. So Corey Keith actually mentioned earlier the CAP program, and there's several elements of our scale up program that fall very nicely under their plan. So the CAP program covers 50% of the, are you guys still seeing and hearing me?
Yes, yes, thanks. I should do a little time check. I know we fell a little bit behind with some of the presentations, but maybe a few more minutes, but it's so far so good.
Yeah, good. My monitors just gave out on me actually. So I am just pulling the presentation up. This is my last slide. So, but yeah, so what I wanted to say is that the CAP program fits us quite nicely. So this is a model that we've envisioned as potentially being workable from a funding standpoint. So look to the CAP program, which requires matching funding. Look to BDC for some funding, and then also look for some equity investment as well. So, you know, I think we're looking at somewhere around $250,000 of an equity investment, and certainly, you know, open to discussions with people familiar with this type of an investment in terms of what that looks like. From an exit strategy perspective, something like this product would be good for some sort of a brand roll-up play for a larger, you know, brand consolidator. So that's certainly something that that would be, you know, interesting long term as we scale sales. So that's it for today.
All right, thank you, sir. I am just looking to see if we have any questions posted before I start throwing some questions your way. I don't see any questions posted, so I am wondering, you commented on the Chinese dumpling challenge with machines. And just a quick thought, I'm assuming it kind of works both ways. If those machines don't work well for you, your new machine won't work well for them. And the reason I bring that up might be an obvious question, but the reason I bring that up, you may be aware that there are some folks, companies in town that are trying to get together in Edmonton, a kind of a food incubator. And one of the companies is heavily involved in kind of Chinese dumpling food processing.
Is that the Honest Dumpling guys?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've actually reached out to Chris. He and I haven't had a chance to connect yet, but that's something that we're definitely interested in just finding out sort of what they're looking to do. I know that, like, it seems like he's sort of building a bit of a brand consolidator, so he's somebody that I'm continuing to chase down to.
Good, yeah, he's a big advocate for the type of business you're doing, so I think that's wonderful. And definitely. By the way, I mean, not to just coldly jump into questions, a good presentation. I like your numbers, and I particularly like the payback on that new machine. If you're looking at, let's say, you know, a $700,000 investment, I think in the one slide for maybe phase 2 it was. What kind of payback? Maybe you covered it. But what kind of payback do you expect for that?
Well, I mean, at scale, the company. So if we were to be getting like a 3-day production run and selling out everything that we were making, like the company gets to a $500,000 EBITDA pretty quickly. Like so many of the costs are fully variable and the fixed costs are relatively low. So, you know, I think that, and I haven't run sort of detailed cash flow forecasts out, but, you know, I think a reasonable payback period would be 3 to 5 years. And, you know, recognizing that some of that money is coming from grants and coming from BDC loans. So, you know, I think it would be easy based on the capital structure that we're talking about to make our equity partners a priority in terms of payout. So, like, the margins are good, and it's something that can be sold at volume, and certainly, you know, something that would be nice in a Costco. So, you know, it has the potential to be a fairly high volume product.
Are you seeing any different traction or uptake now that local stores are looking to make some shelf room for local products?
Yeah, like we're constantly in that mix, and that's really where we've got the most traction from Sobeys and Safeway, and I think, and really Co-op as well. Like all of our traction to date has really come from that local flavor. So, you know, I think that's where we're sort of trying to move from grassroots to something a little bit more call it mainstream through finding some distribution channels that have a little bit better access than the distributor we're working with today.
Okay, okay. Well, really, really interesting story. Thank you for that. Any other questions? I don't see anything posted.
Just wondering about the BDC. Have they already provided an offer? Are they ready to commit as well, or?
So we just started working with them in earnest right before everything kind of hit the fan here. So we're talking to Shannon down in Calgary. He's a big advocate for what we're doing. They've got a capacity problem just in terms of the number of applications they've had for the emergency loans and things like that. But they're definitely, I would say that they're very interested in helping us. So yeah, I think they, like CAP, want to see some additional money coming into the company. So this sort of 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 model we have approximately seems like something where we're spreading the risk out and also getting access to the grants and the loans that we could use.
Sure. Is COVID creating a difficult climate for raising the money, given that the demand might be a little more variable?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is really our first kick at seriously going out to a community to raise equity. So I think time will tell. I think that it certainly has hurt us from the BDC's perspective, though.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions? All right, Mark, hey, I appreciate that presentation. Of course, we know that you're open to follow-ups offline as well.
Yep.
At this point in the process, we're going to fill out the questionnaire for the poll for Mark. And I'm also going to take this opportunity to pass it back to Cameron Smithers. As we're getting closer to the end of the day, I think we have a couple of presentations left, but I think it'd be a nice transition for Cameron to help wind it up. So Cameron, if that's all right with you, I'm going to pass it back to you as well.
Yeah, it works well for me.
All right, thanks. Thank you for the opportunity, and I appreciate all the presentations I've been a part of in terms of the conversation. Another good discovery lab, and I'm happy to help offline to make connections to facilitate as well. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. So our next presenter is Marc-André from Nectar. Can we get Marc's audio? Hello.
You guys are online.
Perfect. Is there a way we're going to have to get the other Marc's screen no longer sharing?
Can you guys kick me off? I'm working with some technology issues here.
Yeah, I'm trying to kick you off. Just
sorry, thanks. I'm trying to restart my screens here.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I'm having a hard time stopping your video. I apologize.
Okay. I'm trying to just get back online here too.
Mark, I'm just going to put you in the waiting room, but you can come back in, okay?
Yeah, perfect. Thanks.
Perfect. Glad that worked out. So Marc-André, I'm going to just give you the floor right away. Oh, the screen sharing seems to be still the other Mark.
And I can't share my screen until he stops sharing his.
Okay. Yeah, apologies.
You may need to remove him from the waiting room if that's possible.
Okay, well, I brought him back in, and I'm not quite sure why I can't, although it says I can stop his screen, it's not actually executing.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Perfect.
Sorry about the delay there. I think, Mark, you're able to go ahead. I can see you now.
Yeah. All right, so this should work. And you should be able to see my pitch deck now.
Yes, we can.
Awesome, great. So do I have the green light to get started?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thanks for having me, everyone. It's my first pitch over Zoom, so I hope this all goes well. But I'm here today to present you Nectar, and at Nectar, we give honeybees a voice. So important statistic to know before we get started is that honeybees contribute to about 1/3 of the food that we grow. So if you think about crops such as almonds, cranberries, blueberries, hybrid seed canola in Western Canada, these are all crops that completely depend on the honeybee pollination to be able to grow them. But unfortunately, the current issue that growers, beekeepers, and CPG brands are facing is the rising pollinators loss, endangering our food supply. And at Nectar, we're approaching this problem from 3 different perspectives. So the first one is from the commercial beekeeper, who currently is facing an unsustainable practice. And unsustainable not in the environment way, but more on the business perspective from them. So beekeeping is labor intensive to check on the hives, feed them, treat them, and it's based on empirical decisions. So the beekeepers have to trust their experience and gut feeling to make decisions. They're unable to measure the results of their management practices, and all this is leading to high losses. So beekeepers usually lose between 35 to 40% of their annual beehives or annual colony. And this leads to overcompensating in terms of livestock. So they're going to grow more hives than they actually need just because they're going to lose that many later on the year. And of course, this is highly costly for them. From the grower's perspective, these different crops that I named before are basically running out of pollinators. So on one hand, you have commercial beekeepers that are unable to follow the growth of the acreage that requires pollination into the different crops. So there's a limited supply of healthy hives. It's unless you hire a third-party inspector that's going to go through a small portion of the hives, it's pretty much impossible to grade the quality in terms of pollination from each hive. Like you're going to see it after you start seeing some fruit sets, but usually it's way after. So it's hard to make decisions based on that. And it's a fixed stocking rates model. So basically you have hives per number of hives per number of acres. And because of that, pollination is often unequal and you don't know exactly what you're paying for. From the CPG brand perspective, like overall biodiversity loss is threatening their supply food of ingredients. So currently they don't know exactly how resilient and how strong their suppliers of pollinated ingredients are related to their sourcing of beehives and pollinators. And quickly addressing the current COVID situation, overall, climate change and biodiversity loss is threatening our food supply, but more specifically during COVID, I think we're seeing kind of the fragility of our global economy and our current food supply. And more than ever, now it is important to invest in building a more resilient food supply chain. So our answer to the loss of pollinators and the hardships of commercial beekeeping is unfolded in 3 different products that address the problem from the 3 different perspectives. So the first one is a precision beekeeping platform that enables beekeepers to make data-driven decisions to raise the healthy hives and be able to measure the practices, the results of their practices, and able to keep strong, healthy hives and reduce losses. The second one is a precision pollination platform that, based on the hive health data, we're able to measure the pollination capacity of each hive to help them optimize the sourcing of the hives and optimize the placements in the orchards and the fields to ensure that you have equal and as much as possible saturated pollination everywhere in your field. And the third one is a farm biodiversity score, where we use the hive health data to extrapolate it to surrounding biodiversity measurements in order to supply CPG brands a rating in terms of how the farms that they supply their ingredients from is impacting its surrounding biodiversity. The 3 solutions stem from one technology. So we're using in-hive sensors to aggregate data from the bees, so temperature, sound, and humidity, as well as position. we send this data online and we capture kind of third-party data from the growers, from the beekeepers, and from land use, such as satellite imagery data, to be able to assess the hive's health, behavior, and strength, as well as pull actionable insights and analytics. So for example, the one that we're giving here, we're able to remotely assess the size of the population of the hive. So if you take it from the perspective of the beekeeper, this is a key metric to know if the hive is strong or not. From the pollination, precision pollination platform, we're able to assess the number of foragers that are going to be able to visit the flowers in the field. And from the farm biodiversity score, we're able to measure how the surrounding environment of the hive is affecting the size of the population. In terms of revenue model, we're charging $36 US per hive per year to access a precision beekeeping platform, which includes the hardware and the connectivity. From the precision pollination platform, this one's a bit tricky because it's still the early days, but currently we're charging $60 per hive per year in the shape of a sponsorship program. I'll tell you more about that later. And from the farm biodiversity score, it's currently unknown since this is something fairly new for us, and we're exploring this initiative with the CPG brands, the certificators, as well as some of their financial services providers. In terms of market size opportunity, again, from a three different perspectives, the first one is the OpEx of beekeeping. So we're going to concentrate our efforts on two main regions, so North America and Oceania, so Canada, the US, Australia, and New Zealand. And they spend about $125 per hive per year in terms of operating costs. So we think this is a market that we can get our hands on. In terms of crop pollination services fees, again, in the same region, this is what's being spent per year to rent beehives to place into the fields and orchards. And the third one is the value of the crops that depend on pollination in these regions. So about $36 billion is what this value is. So in terms of impact statement, I think what's interesting from Nectar is that we offer a practical solution that solves current needs as an AgTech solution, encouraging the needed, the change, the adoption needed to drive change. So using the honeybee health data that we're building, we can use this data as a bioindicator and incentivize growers to adopt bee-friendly practices by leveraging CPG brands. What I mean by that is that when the beehives that we have connected visit different orchards and fields, we're able to grade each farm's level of impact on its surrounding biodiversity, and we're able to plug that data into different existing certification for bee-friendly. And currently there's a big movement of CPG brands adopting such certifications. Here you can see Häagen-Dazs has started to certify their products based on Be Better certified almonds. And then this creates positive pressure for the growers to adopt bee-friendly practices in order to gain a competitive advantage or even perhaps a premium on their crops. So here we have a use case with current clients of Nectar. I'm not going to go through it because it's a bit detailed, but basically it shows how our three different products are impacting positively the different players while also bringing systemic change to bring back biodiversity into agriculture. In terms of competition, Nectar is simply the most scalable solution and the most adapted solution for commercial beekeeping. Usually what you see in terms of sensors and beekeeping is often directed toward hobbyists. We also offer proprietary actionable algorithms. So it's not just graphs of sound or temperature. It's really like, is my queen healthy and laying eggs? Do I have brood in my hive? How big is my population? How much does this hive's what's the pollination capacity of this hive? And third is that we believe that any beekeeping operation can offer precision beekeeping services and benefit from it. So we don't adopt the position of a broker which is what some of our competitors are doing right now. In terms of go-to-market strategy, here it is for our three products. So really the main one that we're putting all of our efforts on right now is precision beekeeping platform. So we're currently running our second wave of field trials, mainly in Alberta, where about half of the Canadian market is located, for an official launch next year in 2021 for the precision beekeeping platform. For the precision pollination platform, we've signed our first contract with an Australian grower called Austin. So they run two different farms, almonds and avocados. The goal is to start our precision pollination platform trials next year with a goal to launch in 2022 officially. And for a farm biodiversity score, we need the first 2 products to be put together before we can start marketing it. But currently, right now, we're validating its value proposition to the different stakeholders. So the CPG brands, the certificators, as well as some of the financial services providers that might benefit from it. So in terms of traction, so we're getting out of R&D, getting into the operational phase of Nectar, but we're starting to generate revenue this year. So far, we've generated about $600,000 worth of revenue with commercial beekeepers, working with players such as Agriculture Canada, the USDA in the States, as well as about 18 operations, commercial beekeeping operations across North America. With the growers, we've right before coronavirus started, we went to Australia and generated a bunch of leads, but also signed our first multi-year contract with the Austin Corporation, who is owned by the Ontario's Teachers Pension Plan, to bring our precision pollination platform to them next year in the Aruna and Jasper farms. We also just got a $630,000 federal R&D grant to develop the pollination analytics. And with CPG brands, we're currently working with Rabobank to approach different brands and certificators because they have a special interest as they work both with the growers and the brands themselves to test out this value proposition, and so far it is promising. In terms of management team, we're currently a team of 10 covering the different aspects of an AgTech startup, so mainly operations and technology development. My co-founder, Evan, has a background in honeybee research and machine learning. He worked at NASA and then joined us in 2017. Bastien, our CTO, managed R&D teams during 15 years, mainly in software and hardware development. So when we went to Australia, we presented at Evoke Ag. We were the finalists for the International Scale-Ups competition. We won Food Bites by Rabobank in 2018, and the American Honey Producers Associations invites us every now and then to present at their conferences in the United States. We raised a round of financing of $1.1 million a bit over a year ago now, so we're backed by different players of the industry, notably Real Ventures and SVX, as well as some of the public players. In terms of financial projections, again, like this is our early days of generating revenue, and currently our contract with Agriculture Canada is a bit boosting of our margins. But the goal is to introduce our 3 different products throughout the next 3 years and generate revenue according to it. So the precision beekeeping platform is just getting started. And next year we'll be introducing the precision pollination platform, and then in 2022, the farm biodiversity score. So we're currently not raising money. We're going to be raising money later this year to support the official launch of the precision beekeeping platform, as well as the start of the field trials with the growers. But from the perspective of one of our investors, so his perspective as an investor is that Nectar is a unique solution in a virgin niche market that impacts $200 billion of our food supply. And what's interesting, I think, is that we're able, with the technology that we're building, we're able to tackle the problems from 3 different perspectives. From the beekeeper's perspective, from the grower's perspective, as well as from the CPG brand's perspective. So I think this market of pollinated crops or crops that depends on pollination is attainable for us. And from the beekeeper's perspective, it's really that there's no technology company servicing them right now. So that completes today's presentation. I guess now the time is for questions.
Hi, Mark. Thanks very much for that. Just
Great,
wondering.
Sorry, Michael, do you have a question?
Yes. Just wondering, I know it's a bit maybe off topic, but what's the impact of pesticides, and can you optimize either how people use pesticides or how bees respond to such some pesticides that are more problematic?
Yeah, so there's different ways to answer the question. The first one is we're currently in discussions with cranberries and hybrid seed canola producers to help them measure kind of the optimal way to protect their crops, as well as kind of co-live with the bees during pollination. And these 2 crops often, they kind of overlap, these 2 moments. So that's discussions that we're having. I think our take on the industry and pesticide application is that the way that we can contribute to this is measuring out each location and each farm is affecting the beehives and its practices. So for example, in the almonds in California, what we're doing is we're accessing the publicly available data on pesticide application, for example, and comparing the different measures that the growers are taking to protect their crops and measuring it against, against the results on the health of the bees and see what works and what doesn't work. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, that's helpful. Thank you. I'm just wondering maybe also about climate change or for that matter, extreme weather. Can you tell people what to do before problems occur, like basically to get ready for a dry spell that's predicted and how to pre-adapt their bees, let's say?
So we don't tell our users what to do. Often they know what to do when provided the right information. So beekeepers and farmers are extremely knowledgeable people in their specialty, like in their field, no pun intended, but often they lack the right information to make the best decisions, especially in beekeeping when you're managing 10,000, 30,000, 100,000 hives throughout huge regions. It's hard to know exactly what to do for each and every one of these hives. So often, like, we'll provide the information and they're going to manage the apiary the way they want or the field the way they want. So for dry spells, for example, we're like just having access to yard-based or like location-based weather forecasts and how it might affect the bees is helpful for them. But often, like, they're the one that are going to make the decision and not us.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Michael?
Yeah, more or less. I'm just wondering how much the reliance on manual beekeeping is going to be the way the industry moves. Are we moving towards more mechanized beekeeping or not? Interesting.
So our take on it is that the only way forward is to strengthen the beekeeping industry, but I agree that it's probably not enough. We're starting to see mechanized pollination coming out, but the consensus of the industry is that it's a nice backup plan for some situation. They're probably going to co-live together. Like, one is not going to replace the other. But my take on it and our team's take on it is that biodiversity needs to be reintroduced to our fields to have wild pollinators also being able to contribute. So the main source of pollination that you'll have in these crops is going to be honeybees, and then the kind of second source will be wild pollinators. So flies, other wild bees, butterflies, kind of the healthy biodiversity that you'd like to see within your field. But also mechanized pollination is going to be there as a contributor for sure.
Thanks for answering the question there. I guess it actually brings a question to me, and I was curious to know, it's been cool actually, you presented last year and seeing you develop new products over that time frame. What would be your big #1 ask for presenting here at Discovery Lab today? What are you looking for specifically?
Yeah, that's a good question. So just like you said, we've expanded the way that we look at the problem that we're solving. So a year ago when we presented, it was very much like we're trying to help beekeepers reduce their losses, and that's it. And in some way, that's still what we're doing. But I think now we understand that the problem we are trying to tackle is much bigger than this. And at the same time, we understand that the technology that we're building, and more specifically the data set that we're building, is more important, almost more important than providing honeybee health insights to help beekeepers. Like, we can drive change across the industry, and you don't see that often. So the ask that I have now is as much feedback as possible before we get into a raise, I think. The goal is to validate the narrative that I presented to you today, a bit like Michael just asked, how do we see the future of pollination? Is it really managed honeybees? Is it mechanized pollination? Is it more about reintroducing biodiversity? So we want feedback on that narrative, and we want, if people are interested into following us into this journey, we're for sure going to follow up. So yeah.
Perfect. Thanks for answering that. I do have, Sharon, do you want to go to your question there, or do you feel it has been answered sufficiently for you?
I think it's been answered. Thanks very much. Yeah.
Did I?
There's still some questions. You know, the whole approach of using algorithms for the industry, which I'm wondering how accepting the beekeepers are of your advanced technologies. And yep.
So I think like the average age of the beekeeping industry is like 65 years old, and the people that we're usually having success with is the kids taking over the operations of their parents, or the aggregators, like the bigger companies that are looking to run more hives and that need scalable solutions for them to make economy of scales. So in terms of adopting technology, honestly, the beekeeping industry is looking to adopt any solution that can help them face the crisis that they've been facing for about 15 years. If it's technology, if it's new types of feedings or treatments and antibiotics, like they'll look into it and they'll test it out. And if it sticks, it sticks. So in our case, the way that we've approached this is to be very iterative with the beekeepers. It's to approach it as like Nectar is a agricultural service provider using technology more than a tech provider. So we've been, for a year now doing it, I mean 3 years, but like more seriously for a year now doing trials with beekeepers and doing iterative, this is the feature that we're developing for you, such as population trends, for example. What do you think of this? How would you use it into your operation to ease the adoption? And based on that, we're building use cases. And what's interesting now is we're starting to get word of mouth within the industry and people reaching to us, like from commercial beekeepers in Alberta, calling us and saying like, hey, I've heard this from my neighbor. I'd like to test it out with you guys next year. So yeah.
Does that answer your question, Sharon, more completely?
Is there data yet on how much you're increasing the profit of these firms that are adopting your technology?
No, so we're currently crunching the data from last year in terms of financial analysis, and we're going to be running this exercise again this year to have more, like a deeper understanding of that. But now what's interesting is some of the features that we've built, like we're able to put them very directly into like use cases, such as when the beekeepers are splitting their hives at spring, this is when the queen detection algorithm comes in, and then it's easier for them to see the queen acceptance within these splits. So they might save like 10% more of the splits than they would without us. So we're currently working at linking this to financial numbers.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Marc-André. I'm going to, just for the stay on schedule, we're going to move forward with our next presenter, but thanks for coming back after 1 year. It's been fantastic seeing your story evolve over time. We'll certainly be sharing these videos with our network, so you'll get more traction than just who is here today. And
sounds good.
We can help.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, we hope to see you maybe again next year.
All right, sounds good.
Take care. With that, our last presenter of the day is Daria. Is that pronounced correctly?
Yes.
Perfect. We can hear you. You're welcome to share your screen, and then you've got the final slot for the day, and you're going to close us off with a bang, I'm sure.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you very much for having me. I'm sure it was a long day for everybody, but glad that we have this opportunity. So I'm just opening my screen here.
Okay, while you're getting ready, apologies. I've just put up the poll for Marc-André and Nectar, so feel free to fill that out. And we'll do one more for Daria when she finishes up. So hang around for that, please. So we can see your slides, Daria. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Just 1 second. Oh.
We can see your slides, and we saw your second slide.
I'm just trying to exit out of the survey.
Oh, okay. I'm going to end the poll now. So just hang on 1 minute and it will disappear then. Or you can just move it on the side, might be another option.
Perfect. Okay. Well, hello, everybody. It's great to be able to present. Haven't done too many of these virtual presentations. So it's kind of exciting. But my name is Daria Venkova. I'm the CEO of Creative Protein Solutions, and we create real-time on-farm diagnostic solutions with a current focus on dairy cattle. So this was me last year in Ponoka at Sonalta Dairy Farms, where I helped milk almost 400 dairy cows throughout a week, and also got to interact with some farmers and veterinarians, which was super awesome. So over 500 million metric tons of milk has been produced in 2019, which I think speaks a lot for what role dairy plays in nutrition. And dairy is by far one of the most relied on and diverse sources of nutrition across the world today. Looking at the span of the past few decades, dairy farming has become the most efficient and sustainable that it's ever been, as farmers are currently always looking to implement new and innovative solutions to improve their farming practices. But one such issue is still prevalent today, which is called milk fever. So milk fever is a metabolic disease for dairy cows, and it has to do with critically low calcium levels in the blood. This disease leads to a variety of symptoms. In its critical forms, it will lead to symptoms like the cow falling into a coma and even dying, creating some trouble for farmers. But it also exists very prevalently in its subclinical forms, where the symptoms are not as visible, but they definitely do add up, present themselves in different diseases, and also impact milk production. This is a very expensive disease for farmers today. It costs them on average over $22,000 every single year to deal with it, and it has serious health impacts. It can escalate quickly from cow being symptomless to the cow presenting serious symptoms as I said, falling into a coma or even dying. But because it is symptomless in most of its cases, it leads to the farmers being unaware of the disease presence and letting the disease take its toll over time, impacting productivity. And primary issue as to why it goes undiagnosed is because there are no good ways to diagnose it. There's no current on-farm methods to diagnose the disease, and the only option farmers really have is to send a blood sample to a lab. However, that does take several days and it is costly. Looking at prevalence more specifically, 5% of cows will go through a clinical milk fever case every single year, which will cost farmers about $300 per case. And over 50% of them will suffer from subclinical milk fever. And because it does go unaddressed, it will cost farmers $125 per case per year, creating a serious financial implication, but also a long-term health impact implication. So after talking to farmers, we see that impact of milk fever could be substantially decreased if only they did have a quick and accurate way to diagnose this disease on farm. So that is exactly what we're trying to do here at Creative Protein Solutions. We have created a portable and easy to use device that allows farmers to receive fast and accurate results using our patented reagent technology that's currently has a patent in Canada, US, and Europe. The way this technology works, if you look to the right, is a farmer takes a blood sample using our testing chip with a needle adapter, lets it incubate for 10 minutes, and then plugs the testing chip into the device, which then sends the results to the smartphone app via Bluetooth. The app allows to view, store, as well as share and analyze the results, which will allow the farmer to make decisions much quicker based on what results they get, but also share them with their veterinarian or nutritionist, and then they can also comment on the results without necessarily having to make their way to the farm as they normally would. And just as importantly, this technology will be super affordable to farmers, which will encourage frequent testing, and that is necessary to make a real impact on how we address milk fever. So in terms of the revenue model, the device will cost farmers $150. This would be a one-time purchase that they could use over a span of many years. And as part of our marketing strategy, we're actually thinking of giving a lot of these out to farmers for free, if that means that they will continue buying the testing chips. So the testing chips will be at $5 per test. And this is part of the recurrent revenue model because it's one test chip per test. And we anticipate that farmers will use hundreds of these every single year. And then the app will be free at the moment. However, we are working on introducing primary features that will come at a subscription price. The opportunity in the dairy industry is enormous. Looking at North America alone, there's over 11 million dairy cows across 53,000 dairy farms. And in Europe, the number is almost double, 20 million dairy cows across 700,000 dairy farms. And once we establish ourselves in these two continents, which is the goal for the next 5 years, we will move on to Brazil and India, which share over 95 million dairy cows between the two continents. So what's also really important to note is that our patented technology is not just good for milk fever. It is a platform technology that can be applied to all kinds of metabolic as well as infectious and bacterial and viral diseases across many types of animals. So shortly after introducing the milk fever test, which we have identified would be a good beachhead, we'll be introducing a mastitis test, which is the most costly disease to farmers today. It's an inflammatory disease of the udder, always caused by an infectious disease. So after introducing those two diseases, the goal is to later introduce a colostrum quality test, bovine leukemia virus test, and bovine respiratory disease test through 2021 to 2022. All of these also have a significant impact on the dairy industry. And after establishing ourselves in dairy, the goal is to use this technology to expand to other farm animals, which would include beef cattle and pigs, as well as companion animals such as dogs. And we can also use this for diagnosing various human diseases, which would allow remote testing to be done and will definitely kind of disrupt the way diagnostics are done today. Looking at the competitive advantages of creative protein solutions compared to singular tests that we're of the diseases that we're providing testing for, we have quite a bit of convenience and flexibility compared to the existing methods. We're far more affordable and provide high accuracy using our patented technology, as well as app support that essentially no other diagnostic method today is able to provide to the same extent. And in addition to providing advantages when compared to these singular tests, there's also the additional advantage of being able to diagnose a variety of diseases with just one diagnostic device. And having the farmers have all that data in one place will provide an extra level of convenience. We have been recognized with various awards across Alberta as well as Silicon Valley in the startup community. And we have validated the technology with various influencers in the dairy industry. Lakeland College here in Alberta have committed $47,000 as part of a bigger grant towards funding our on-farm trials for milk fever, which are to happen this summer, for which we're very excited about. Of course, that was a little bit delayed due to COVID. And UC Davis, one of the most reputable veterinary research labs in North America that's located in California, are also patiently waiting to see those on-farm results in order for them to be able to engage some of the veterinarians in their network. We've also been in touch with various potential strategic partners. These include Alta Genetics, NutriSource, and Memo, who are in Europe. And as soon as we have some data and start mass producing the hardware, we're looking forward to continuing those conversations to see how they can help us with distribution. Right now, we are at a place where we have completed in-lab validation. We have identified that there will be no regulatory hurdles, and we have developed a really strong dairy network. So right now, our focus is on beginning the on-farm trials at Lakeland College on their farm. That will go from July to August, depending on how the pandemic situation progresses. After finishing those trials, we will engage a couple of commercial farms to continue the trials. But around September to October, we'll be in a position where we'll be ready to mass produce the testing chips. And that will be done with the help of a company in Edmonton called Dynamic Innovations. And as soon as we're comfortable with distributing the product, we'll exploit various paths to market, which will include, direct to farmer because of our extended dairy network, as well as working with various distribution partners who are already selling various health products in the field, including calcium supplements. With our goal, we have forecasted that we'll be able to break even from our costs in the first year of sales and reach $37 million in revenue by year 5 with the 2 diagnostics, those including milk fever and mastitis. And this forecast is for North America alone. We anticipate this to be higher when our calculations for Europe are also integrated into this. And thinking more long-term, we have started thinking about potential exit strategies. Looking at similar companies like ours, we are anticipating that we'll be able to gain attention of big pharma companies, a couple of which we've already been in touch with and they're aware of our existence. We have a fantastic team standing behind all of this. Dr. Jeroen de Buck is an expert in bovine bacteriology as well as infectious diseases, which of course is becoming more and more relevant in today's environment, especially when it comes to food production. We have a great technical team, and all of our advisors have experience in either agriculture or food production or building a scalable business, which has definitely been helpful in terms of validating our technology and building a business model. We're currently raising a seed round for $1 million with a pre-money valuation of $4.54 million. This will last us for the next 18 months and will allow us to commercialize both the milk fever and mastitis test and reach profitability. We'll be able to cover costs pertaining to product development, operations, and marketing, which will probably be the most important of the 3. And we currently have $140,000 committed to us by Draper University Ventures. This is a reputable VC firm in Silicon Valley. So my ask today is to get as much feedback as possible on our business model and any potential connections that you would be willing to share with us that relate to the dairy industry. And of course, for anyone who'd be looking to invest into creative protein solutions, we'd be more than happy to continue that conversation as well. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Daria. We do have one question already from Darrell. We'll give Darrell the floor to ask his question.
Daria, thanks for the presentation. Daria, just wondering if there is still room for human error, and am I correct with my understanding that the farmer or the producer would need to identify a cow that is, for lack of a better description, suspicious, and then test the milk coming out of a, let's say, a quarter?
Yeah, absolutely. So depends on the disease. I guess you're referring to mastitis because mastitis will be tested in the milk. So with mastitis, there's different scenarios in which a farmer would test the cow. Those will include general monitoring where they would be tested randomly, as well as testing cows in specific scenarios, let's say, before dry off season. And in the case where a farmer does suspect presence of mastitis, this technology will allow them to test every single quarter separately. So they'll be able to identify not only presence of mastitis, but also whether it's clinical or subclinical, and also identify the quarter that's being the problematic one.
Okay, thank you. Is there any way to incorporate, maybe this is further down the road, but incorporate the technology into like a robotic milker setup? Something to think about.
Yes, that's definitely been on our mind, especially kind of with the trend going towards automation of milk production. Currently, I think we'll try to establish ourselves with this device because part of the benefit is that it is very flexible in its use, and it doesn't limit its use just to when the cow is being milked. But as an additional setup, it's definitely something we're considering how we can integrate into automation.
Thank you.
Just had a couple of questions. Very impressive talk, Daria. Thank you. In terms of the assay, how robust is it? What is the accuracy like at low temperature, or you get false positives, false negatives, and what do you do about that? Is there a cross-validation that you have?
Oh yeah, great question. So we have fully validated the technology in lab for the milk fever test. We have identified that compared to the 2 gold standards for evaluating calcium in blood that are currently used in when the farmers send their blood samples to a lab, So there's two methods of doing that, and compared to both of them, we have received 90%, almost 90% accuracy and 100% specificity. And that means that for every single time that our test tells the farmer that there is milk fever, 100% of the time that will mean that indeed there is milk fever and they should do something about it. 90% accuracy means that we will miss a few milk fever cases, but that will largely pertain to those borderline cases. So on medical standard, this is considered quite good. And this was definitely good enough for us to proceed forward with running on-farm trials.
Okay. And just wondering about prion diseases and BSE. Is that an area that you're looking into as well?
Yes, yeah. So this is something we'll be able to introduce down the road. Our technology is able to detect kind of peptides and proteins, so definitely would include prions and BSE, yeah.
Do you just need an antibody or?
Yes.
Okay, because I can connect you with people here. I don't know if you're already connected with the Prion Network, APRI in Alberta, but there's antibodies coming down the pipeline, so I can connect you there. Your IP, is it owned by your company or by the university?
It is owned by the company. The technology did stem out of the University of Calgary, but there is a really good deal worked out where they get 1% of revenue, but they don't carry ownership in the company or the IP.
Okay, terrific.
I have a few, I guess, questions and kind of, well, more so comments. When I was looking through your presentation or watching your presentation, what's the typical lab costs associated with testing this disease already? I saw that yours was about $5 per, but.
Right, yeah, I definitely missed including that. But a lab test would cost farmer anywhere from $14 to $16. So, and that also kind of takes into account the fact that it does take several days to get the results back, which is where the inefficiency of it comes in. Another alternative which you may have seen in the competitor slide is for them to apply blanket treatment, which is just a farmer treating every single cow with a calcium test. But that also costs comparably to the lab test anywhere from $15 to $20 and proves itself to be quite impractical because you're treating potentially healthy cows and spending unnecessary money on that.
And my next question that I have is, what is your profit margin on the tests?
Right, we haven't fully developed our manufacturing pipeline right now, but based on what we're able to estimate now, it's going to cost us about 50 cents to produce each testing chip. So the margins there's quite high, and about $25 for every device.
Perfect.
Just wondering about multiplexing. With one blood draw, can you assay multiple conditions then?
Currently, that's not something we can do because the testing chip contains one type of reagents. So the blood goes into the testing chip, it incubates with the single reagent, and then we're able to read the output. The way it works is the reagents take they react with the biomarker of the disease, and they produce glucose. So glucose being a single output, we're relying kind of on one disease marker reacting with the reagent, producing the glucose. Eventually, I think changing the design of the testing chip, we might be able to do that though.
Okay, but if you had a different test, let's say for a prion disease, that would be, is it the same assay system, the same trailose?
Oh, yeah, exactly. So the way the technology would work would be exactly the same. So what a farmer would do, they would buy a testing chip for milk fever, a testing chip for prion disease, testing chip for mastitis, and they could run whichever test they would want.
Oh, so they have one device, different chip for different disease?
Yes.
Very impressive. That's a great technology. Very impressive.
Thank you.
Michael, have you sent out the questionnaire to everybody already for Daria?
Yeah, last call. We've got some feedback already that I'll send around. I want to thank you, Cameron, for chairing. I want to thank Alberta Innovates again for supporting this and the ARA Network, all the speakers who came in, and I know I'm taking your thunder here, Cameron, but I just really want to thank you because you've been great holding up the show today. Thanks so much.
Happy to do it. One last person and group we should certainly thank is Darrell Petras at TEC Edmonton. He's really been a champion that we've had pioneering where we go for agritech. And so we really have to thank him for that. Finally, I guess thank everybody, even the advisors, for coming in, spending their time to give people feedback. And this will be shared within our network, so anybody who wasn't able to come in can still check in on the presentations that have happened today, so you could get some additional follow-up or feedback. I also, anybody who's, if you want to continue conversations with anybody today, their emails should be within their business plans. The final thing I'd like to say is we will be using our LinkedIn account more often now for people if you want to stay in touch with what we're doing. We have been incredibly active over the last little while with our 4 COVID meetings, now with this one, and we have 2 more upcoming meetings, which I think I'll have Michael remind us when those are. Yeah, so we'll be posting stuff there. It's Discovery Lab Can, all one word, no spaces, on LinkedIn. And so we'll be able to post more content there, so we're not inundating your email inboxes. And Michael, could you remind us when those next 2 events are?
Sure, June 10th on artificial intelligence and July 8th on neurosciences, mental health. Anyone's welcome to pitch at any event, so we are always welcoming people who have an urgent need for a pitch to come tell their story. We'll try and connect you in. We are being more thematically driven this year to help organize the conversations, and it helps some of this cross-fertilization between speakers. But we would always welcome you to come back and give your story again. We'll try and do at least one ag event per year. And I've really enjoyed it. It's a bit out of my field, but there's a lot of crossover to medical fields, as we saw the last talk. So we're going to continue to build on the medicines theme as well going into the autumn. I think we will share all the emails again. And again, just to reiterate what Darrell had said, there is now support for advisors to give follow-on guidance and advice to the teams that are presenting. Darrell, you had a great pitch. It sounds like you've got a great plan. If you need advisors, we do have a network here of people that are willing and also now funded to help you. So we hope that's helpful as you go forward with your plans. We don't want you to have roadblocks. We want to make it a smooth journey going forward for all the presenters. So with that, thanks, a big thanks to all the advisors. You're what makes us fly, and the presenters for telling great stories today, and Cameron and Darrell again for chairing. I'm gonna stop the meeting in a second unless there's any last words from anybody. Okay, if not, thanks everybody again. Have a great night. Really appreciate all your time.
Take care, everybody.
Thank you.